The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need it. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg is suck thick with that stop and frisk. Bitch, you ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the day. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Make them happy because man make them dance. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the day. said that no man. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl, and a baby boy. And man makes them happy, because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
I'm talking about shout
this is a
going crazy.
man's
People
world.
going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. About a woman all day. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water, like the seven no man. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy, because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
oh shit, hold on a second. Is my audio not coming in clear? Let's see. Sound. I got sound. Yo, can you hear me? Is my audio coming in? We double check.
Yes.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, good.
You heard.
Okay,
I don't
good.
know what it is on the Zoom though. It's like really hard to hear you on the Zoom, but I can hear you on the StreamYard.
Why would I be on Zoom?
I'm talking about when you do city council. It's like really hard to hear you.
Man, bitches is trying to mute me out, cause you know that's what that was about. They don't want to hear me talk about shit. Especially when I tell you go take them L's and go to jail. You know what you signing up for protests? Well, for example, like they just ignorant to. I didn't know about weird ass gonna go to jail.
There's Shabaka.
Their charges.
Greetings, Shabaka from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City. I was just
Hey,
starting.
what's going on?
No, just you only watch funnies with me because I'm so
I did watch them. I watched all the funnies you sent, including
so,
the cat
so,
that shitted in the shirt. I watched all of that.
the
Now,
cat, cuz did you hear the cat out loud?
yes, I heard
And
the
you
cat.
have nothing to say about that.
It was hilarious. No,
You have nothing to say. He's like, oh, or really just like that cat was like, like for like 20 minutes. That cat was terrorizing the fuck out of old boy, and he was like, oh, isn't that adorable? He's so look at him, and that motherfucker unfolded his shirt, shit in his shirt, refolded the shirt, and you didn't think that was funny? I didn't know cats held grudges. I didn't know. I was like, man, just put on an old ass Uncle Phil little flick right here and come back in the back studio with Brandy and watch some funnies for me, man. So Shabaka. Man, am I here by myself?
What's going on?
Shabaka. So we listen to you and Sarge, Sarge, Michael, motherfucking Ron, Ron, just do the most. Shabaka's Black experience.
Okay, can y'all hear me?
No, yes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I was starting the intro when Lady Che and you hopped on. So
we always bounce out.
Yeah. So
hey, Mac 285.
Tuning into season 4, episode 20, part 3 of the Frontline Black News.
I got the giggles, family.
And we will be discussing several things. The first thing is Chicago's top cop reveals security plans for the Democratic National Convention 2024. Day 2 of the DNC was a train wreck, and the Osambo spoke. Next is Coulter said Kamala Harris, Kamala, whatever the hell her damn name is not a foundational Black American. Then George Floyd's killer, Derek Chauvin, ex-officer, moved to Club Fed in Texas.
Okay, he's moved to where?
Stabbed up again?
Club Fed. He got stabbed up in Arizona. And then we got,
okay.
He got stabbed as many times.
So he got stabbed again?
No, he got stabbed up like 22 times. The same amount of years or the same amount of...
Right.
It's something that correlates with. And he got stabbed up on Black Friday last year. Like 22 times.
Okay.
Good looking out.
Shit, fuck Derek Chauvin.
So he's being moved to a facility.
That's right.
You get no argument from me, Shabaka. He's been moved to a facility in Texas. Then we got racist cop attacks 3 Black men and loses. Great news.
Oh, they stopped the mud hole to that.
They really did.
Okay.
And then the Democratic Shills afraid Kamala will lose. Then
go ahead.
Then are we afraid Trump will lose?
No.
Then Breakin.
We really don't give a fuck.
The dump as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear, to be sentenced September 18th to 1 year at RIKERS Island. Then we got race killer Suzanne Zorix found guilty. That's the one that killed the sister in her driveway.
Through the door,
Then the Olympics 2024, breaking, twerking, and falling. And then we got our unhoused neighbor news, our illegal migrant news, and our unhoused neighbor sweeps and illegal migrant sweeps.
Okay.
So greetings from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City. You are tapped into Frontline Black News. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to the Frontline Black News since we are back in full effect on YouTube.
Okay, and I still can't
See,
share the
we got
StreamYard
Mac 285.
like page. Hey, Mac 285.
That's because we're on the basic plan, Shabaka. That's why.
Okay. All right. Yeah, well, you know, like we all got to cut costs, and that's why we need hey Mac 285, yeah.
We wouldn't really be tripping if
and that's why we need some funding.
Yeah.
Okay, and then also too, I'm letting it be known, you know, those who are friends with me and familiar with me personally, feel free to, you know, post up on the like page of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, okay? But what it is, man, Fuckerberg, you know, did some shit, and all this bullshit is coming up.
Yeah, he interviewed the dump.
You know,
I was hoping Lady Che was going to cover that on the RBA. He interviewed the dump as in human shit. And we want to make that perfectly clear. Last week.
Okay, all right. Okay, so therefore, okay, so Zuckerberg himself interviewed Donald Duck.
Yes, on Twitter, Shabaka, on X. Last week.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. So that just goes to show you what they're about. And I said that there's just showing you what that's about.
Yes. I was smoking so loud, it's louder than your shit. And I got the straight giggles because look at this hair. Look how wild. Look at this motherfucking hair. It's so glorious.
Yeah, your camera is like blurry. I don't know what's going on with your camera, but
that's just my
like all foggy.
I'm just glowing up in the camera. Just don't stop my shine right here. You know what I mean?
The camera's blurry is all I'm saying.
I'm heating up the room, cuz. Like, Jesse, I'm heating up the room, cuz. It's like,
don't got a piece of tape on it or something.
No, Jesse, listen.
Like you got the adhesive on it.
Jesse, I'm heating up the room like only Melanesian.
Yeah, wild woman. Mm-hmm. Yep. I know you are. Now, moving along to the first topic. Like I said, the DNC is going on in Chicago, in Chi-Town, Windy City, Mob Town, where some of my people is from.
Well, like I told Sarge earlier, Brother Che, Chicago has certain traditions. After all, it was the home of Al Capone for many years. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what Mary Daly told Martin Luther King when he went through a place called Marquette Park. And they hit Dr. King upside the head with a brick. And Dr. King has stated that all his years of living in
I think you come from a unique perspective.
They did that in Cicero, Shabaka, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm. No, it was Marquette Park.
I thought it was in Cicero that he got attacked too.
He probably did. You know what I'm saying?
That's his name, Top Cop Snelling. Cuz, do better with this name.
That's his name.
Man.
Super.
What kind of tetherish name is this?
That's not his full name. This is what his last name
going to do.
Oh,
he is not going to go arrest
his hairline.
white racist cops.
I can hear his brainwaves right now as we talk. Too much temple action right there.
Yeah, so like I was saying, DNC is going on right now.
All here is Jesse smacking
in Chi-Town. And security is on high alert. So we're gonna hear from the top cop of Chicago, Chi-Town, on what they got in store for the protesters, because there's several protests going on. They're expecting at least 100,000 protesters. Now, at least 100,000 we showed on the show last night on season 4, episode 20, part 2.
Wearing a shiesty and sunglasses with all he's doing journalism like a motherfucker. Like, that's my hero.
Yeah, and they were banging again today.
Daylight. I'm like, yes, brother.
So the top cop is going to give us the update on what they got in store for the protesters, because they don't want to have a repeat of 1968, and you're going to distinctly hear him say that And they don't. They had like Shabaka said yesterday. They had the DNC in '96 in Chicago as well. So we're gonna hear from the horse's mouth on what they
myself on a mistake on that one.
Have in store for the protesters all week long during the Democratic National Convention.
You've done this job before. You were a police officer in Chicago, so you know what these officers are going through right now. You've been in their shoes. You've talked about the preparation for the department, but when you talk to the individual officers about potentially stepping into harm's way, about training for this huge event, what do they tell you?
You know, the officers are excited and obviously concerned at the same time. This is a tough job. It's a tough job when it comes to making
motherfucker. You chose that job. Ain't nobody forced you to take that goddamn.
A lot of times,
you know, the job was dangerous when you took it.
Difficult. So there are concerns. Officers are also concerned about how they're going to be judged as they respond to these events. But I am assuring the officers that as long as they follow their training,
to beat your ass,
I will explain every single thing that these officers are doing out here to try to keep the city safe.
And this has been such a busy summer for the city, for the police department. I was just looking, we had the Air and Water Show last weekend, the Bud Billiken Parade.
Man, I'm putting myself on me, man. I can't tolerate this bullshit with this lying bastard of saying.
Officers have to be exhausted too.
Yeah.
Well, you know, first off, let me say, I couldn't be more proud of these officers and the way that they respond to these events. So you're talking the Air and Water Show. You have a million people who converge upon the city.
He would lock step with everything he's saying.
All of these events,
Mac 285, man. Yeah, thanks for
and these large scale events that Chicago is earlier. Every single day working these events. Now, that being said, we are concerned about the wellness of these officers who are working extended hours.
And twins.
In certain situations, about the wellness of your own goddamn people, man, getting murdered by these rape soldiers. Man, go get fucked in your ass. Fuck him.
Each district commander has a wellness plan for the officers to make sure that they're hydrated, make sure they're nourished, and they're getting breaks so that they can rest. We want them to be cognitively sound when they're out there so that they can make the best possible decisions. They're human beings. And oftentimes when we're dealing with human beings, they can make mistakes.
And to quote the last poem, and the night still glides gracefully upside your head.
That they're well when they're responding to these.
And there's so much attention on them. Just the police department. Talk about what that's like.
Hell, that might be his goddamn self.
Being proud of these officers in the way that they respond. I am 100% certain that when this is over, that
Black don't crack.
I mean, with this bullshit artificial intelligence, man, that motherfucker there could be anybody, man. You know.
It's at all possible, because I know that these officers are going to step up. It's a hard job for anyone who's never walked in those shoes to really understand what these officers are dealing with and what they're facing. And we're expecting
but motherfucker, they chose to do the goddamn job, Trick. You ain't never heard of no motherfucker be
our officers, police officers. So they decided to go out there, be a part of history. And I have no doubt that when this is all said and done, those officers will make this a successful event.
Yeah, they're gonna make a successful event.
You were a police officer in 1996 when the Democratic National Convention was here last time, and there was a lot of attention on CPD then.
Yes.
After you know what that means, Lady K?
What takeaways from that experience do you bring to this?
You know, 1968. You know, I'm sure my mother was probably pregnant with me at the time. I was born in 1969. And what I will say, in 1996, there was a lot of talk of what occurred in 1968, 1996. I was a tactical officer in England at the time, and we participated.
I remember it too, but I was a kid.
In 1969, and he's going to tell you what happened in 1968, and then when a motherfucker around in 1968 tell the truth, I get a bunch of hate mail. Man, fuck this ass scratching coon, man.
Our officers have evolved. The training
Carl Wilson
has evolved.
Yeah, fake ass Carl Winslow. Yeah,
Mac
Carl
is what's important.
If
you don't give officers the tools,
Winslow from Family Matters,
your expectations of them, you know, it's not fair, right? Because what did I give you that would prepare you for those expectations that we have of you, of what the public may have?
I don't know.
Now with the training around First Amendment, training around the Fourth Amendment, training around de-escalation, and also training around responding to civil unrest and the possibility of a physical response. So giving these officers that type of training raises awareness, but it also raises confidence in those officers
that
when
nice
they're out
stick
there
above your
responding.
head.
That being said, we've also put our leadership through that. So this is a top-down effect now, not bottom-up. So
oh my God.
The expectations and the responsibilities are not just on the officers, it's on the leadership, and that's from the top down.
I think so many people are involved in
And
this
that's why
security
in my
apparatus. You're working with
everybody
federal,
should be in the
state,
box.
the county level, the National Guard, so many different participants. I'm curious as you're collaborating with those partners.
Everybody go to the box.
There are so many threats you also have to be
aware
of
and think about. Talking about they gonna fuck the
what
wife.
Is the nightmare scenario that keeps you awake?
They gonna rape
What's
your
the
ass.
crisis that you worry about, that you want to be
They're
prepared
gonna take
for?
your shoes right after
And I've said this before,
Give
nothing
me all
keeps
of
me
that.
up at night. There are things that I am concerned about. There are things that we should all be concerned about, because not having a concern means that you're not aware of
every day. You ain't gonna be able to call your
possibilities and
family.
those things that are going on. But you mentioned earlier that there's a collaboration across law enforcement agencies, federal partners, state partners, local, county. We have been working together closely. We share information, we share intel information that's coming in. We prepare for any possibility. We know there's always the possibility for the lone wolf, those types of scenarios. Those are the things that we're preparing for. Those are the things that we train for. And then the communication and the collaboration across all of these law enforcement agencies is going to help us get through this and help us respond to this and prevent things from happening. A lot of times we don't know that things have been prevented because
there's so much fun shit you can do to people.
But there's a lot of prevention that the public just doesn't know about, and that's the result of the collaboration between all of the law enforcement agencies.
Will you be bringing in outside police departments, like Milwaukee, for example, brought in other police departments from other jurisdictions? Are you doing the same thing here in Chicago?
Yes. So actually, we participated in the RNC out in Milwaukee. So we went out there and helped. Milwaukee is sending a group of officers here. They're the only group right now that's from outside of Illinois. So most of our officers who are going to come in and help are local, state, local police officers and police departments. And those officers will not be patrolling the streets. We're going to have them securing certain locations that are necessary to be secured. And it frees up our officers. It frees up our Chicago police officers to go out to the field, because the extensive training that our officers have had in preparation for this event, we need them out in the field. However, those officers who are coming in from other municipalities, we will be providing training for them on our policies and the expectations
you can really do a lot
that. So they'll be getting between 12 and 16 hours of training.
So they come and you train them. I mean, essentially, they're going to be under your command during this week?
Yes, they will be working along with Chicago Police Department, our federal partners, and we'll be working collaboratively together.
It's interesting to see this all hands on deck atmosphere. You kind of touched on this, but I think talk to the residents who don't live near the United Center or McCormick Place. Tell them, how are you going to keep their communities safe during this huge event?
And this is not just about the Democratic National Convention. This is not just about the DNC. Obviously, we have to secure the venues around the DNC. We have to make sure that people are safe and secure, because we know there are going to be a large number of people there. We're expecting protests in that area. However, this is the city of Chicago. This is our city, and we have to keep the city as a whole safe. So it's not just about the DNC. We have a plan in place.
Motherfucker, that city was the home of Al Capone, man, for many years, man. How you gonna keep that motherfucker safe?
Plan.
Trick, you talking about like the St. Valentine's Day massacre, man, how y'all kept
crimes that are going on in those neighborhoods. So we will see our officers still in the neighborhood, still responding to jobs. We are not going to deplete districts where we know we need our police officers to keep our citizens safe here, to increase manpower around the Democratic National Convention. So what we've done is we've extended hours for officers.
Here's a question for both of y'all.
We've canceled days off.
How do you know that a piggy is lying?
Or 5-day period. So what we're doing is making sure that the allocations are even across the entire city.
Yeah, he opens his mouth.
People who live in the city were living here before the Democratic National Convention, and they'll be living here afterwards. Our businesses, we want to make sure that everyone is safe. Businesses can operate in a safe manner. They don't have to worry about
we don't want no
things of that nature.
Don't want no trouble.
We will be here to protect the entire city.
You raise a good point. People still need to go to school, they need to go to work, they need to go to the market or do their daily lives. But we were talking about in the last couple of weeks, there is, I think, a sense of nervousness about the number of protesters that will be downtown during this week. Should people feel like they can't come downtown during the dance?
People should not feel like they can't come down. We will have a presence there.
Oh my
We
God!
have a plan around protests.
We got a plan to beat your ass.
We
and throw you in a paddy wagon.
That
I ain't gonna
no
lie,
matter
I
the
feel like
number
you
of
keep
people
us
who show up here in Chicago
I
to
really don't want
protest,
to be
that they
cool.
do it peacefully.
If they do it peacefully,
Here I
They're
am.
exercising their First
what do
Amendment
you
rights.
consider a peaceful protest?
But we want them to understand
The white folk are doing.
that criminal activity cannot and will not be tolerated in the city. We will not tolerate violence.
Motherfucker, you want
We
to
will not
curb
tolerate
criminal activity in the
any
city
type
of
of crime
Chicago?
that
Stop
leads to
with them
vandalism,
goddamn crooked ass cops.
violence, anything
What the
that's
white
going to
folks are doing is
disrupt the lives of people who are living in this city.
when we
And people
get
behave
outside,
differently. You
Keep
know,
in mind,
even
we a
when
black
it comes to
everybody
blocking
just didn't
traffic,
come
things
outside
of
with
that nature,
folding chairs and a
people,
Slurpee.
like you said, they have to travel. They have to get their kids to school. They have to pick their children up. People are trying to get to hospitals. We want to make sure.
Okay, now what does this motherfucker do?
People's day-to-day
Now what did
lives
his black ass do about them migrants who attacked that little black girl there and splashed her face?
Oh my God!
What did this bitch do about
that? You get to shut down everyone.
Precisely my point.
So we'll be out there to make sure that people can go about their day-to-day,
I'm having a real
do the things that they do on a regular basis, and enjoy the city.
I've heard you draw this
things they
fine
do on
line
a regular
between
basis.
protest and riot.
I'm really having to, I can't really talk about little girls.
How to differentiate between the two and training your officers to recognize this is peaceful protest and this is something that might be getting out of hand. How do you delineate the two?
Well, listen, you know, violence is always when we look at violent activity, when we look at attacks on people, when we look at attacks on police officers, it cannot be tolerated because we don't believe or feel that our officers
gonna do
should
something
protect
about the migrants?
themselves, then you can't expect those officers to protect anyone else.
Exactly.
So we want to make sure that when violence starts, we put an end to it as quickly as possible, because the sooner we put an end to that, we reduce the risk of further physical action. We reduce the risk of injuries, not only to our police officers, but to those that we're taking into custody. So we just want to make sure that we keep those things peaceful.
You
The other
don't
thing,
give a
vandalism.
fuck about the safety of people you taking into custody.
Spray painting.
Now, what about LaQuan McDaniel's
storefronts, things of that nature? We're not doing that. And arson. We saw that. If you look at the things that happened in 2020, because if we want to make that distinction, 2020 downtown area was rioting. People lost their lives. People were seriously injured. Officers were seriously injured.
Just like black folks lost their lives in 1919 in that motherfucker. Just like black people lost their lives in 1919
conversion
in that motherfucker.
Where's a little violin? Put some violins in the chat, twin.
That. And our officers are trained to respond to that this time. This is not just a spontaneous event like the event that occurred in 2020. We've prepared for this, and we're ready to go out.
Yeah, ready to beat your ass.
2020 and those images of the burning cars and the looting, and this not just this election cycle, the previous ones too. Chicago has become a talking point about crime. Some candidates started Chicago needs First Street safe.
They said look like Carl Whistler. You catch it?
What do you say to those people who make that argument?
Listen, you know, we always have people who
this guy's just
on the outside looking in.
Yeah, he's just talking bullshit.
Want to make the determination as to how we should police our city. For those people who want to talk about Chicago in that way, come and visit Chicago. You know, you drive.
Man, I already visited the motherfucker. All right,
it's one of the most beautiful cities. To protect our city. Now, do we have crime? Sure, we have crime, and there's crime across every city in this nation. Obviously, Chicago has become a focal point of that, and I think sometimes, you know, it's exacerbated to some degree. You know, in the media, it's unfair the attention that Chicago. You know, I would say yes. I would say yes. Now, do we have some crime issues? Absolutely.
Some.
And we need to focus on those violent crimes that are occurring.
To quote the words of Malcolm X, man, later for this trick, the Black community has the highest amount of crime. It has the highest amount of police.
We want to respond.
So surely the cops must be in cahoots with the criminals.
We want to get those people off the street and keep them off the street as much as humanly possible. Because when we can do that, now we can reduce the levels of crime. Because we know here that our most violent offenders are also repeat offenders. And if we can keep those repeat offenders, you know, off the streets and hold them accountable for the crimes that they're committing, then we can reduce the level of violent crime in this city.
And this is a subject that I imagine is going to come up during the convention as well, but this idea of how to solve the root issues of crime. And the mayor has talked about treatment, not trauma, trying to create jobs and programs. You mentioned the
fuck a goddamn job, create some fucking businesses where we can put our own people to work.
I clarify your thoughts on how do you get to that root cause.
Well, let me be clear. You know, I don't feel that creating jobs might not solve those issues. What I said was, certain people have to want those jobs.
Oh my God.
And there are people out there who do want jobs. There are people out there who do need jobs. And if you give them an alternative, they'll take those jobs in a minute. And when we look at poor people, and we look at people who are suffering, those people who are hungry, and what I was trying to be clear about is making the distinction between people who are poor and they're trying to feed themselves, because I've heard this analogy that people who are committing armed robberies are trying to feed themselves.
He said he wanted to be clear.
People are trying to feed themselves. Go into stores, they steal food. They steal food for themselves. They steal food for their families because they're hungry. And hunger will drive you, to feed yourself. And if that means that you're going to go in and steal food, you're doing it for that reason. However, those people should not be incarcerated. We should be feeding those people, not locking them up. But when you have someone
motherfucker, then go arrest the goddamn culprit, man, which is a greedy ass capitalistic motherfucker. That's the son of a bitch you go arrest.
Handheld machine
gun. Committing human rights violation.
Multiple occupants. They drive up to an elderly woman, jump out of a car, stick a gun in her face, threaten to kill her, force her to an ATM, and force her to take her savings out. That is not a person who's trying to feed himself. That is a criminal, a violent criminal who is engaging in criminal activity, who has no regard for human life and the safety of people. They have no respect for the lives of other people. Therefore, those people have to be held accountable. They have to be held accountable. accountable. So when jobs are available and people are applying for those jobs, we know that it works. And do we have to get to the root causes of it? Yes, because we don't want people going into that cycle. We don't want young children going into that cycle, but we're talking at least a 20-year fix there. That's something that we need to do over time. So we have to do both. There has to be a level of accountability and enforcement for those who are committing violent crimes. And then we have to create programs so that we get people out of that cycle of violence and out of that cycle of criminal
More reason for the Black community to become self-sufficient. I've been saying that for the last 8 goddamn years. More reason for the Black community to become self-sufficient.
On violent crime.
Right.
And I would say clear reporting about everything that's going on. Oftentimes people take bits and pieces of an event and they're not talking about the whole story, and then they sensationalize those bits and pieces. What we need are a clear focus on the big picture, on the full picture, and all of the information that we need so that people can have a clear understanding of how police officers respond to events and what they were responding to. And then we need to look at the 3 things, right? The law, training, and policy. We tie those things together.
Yeah, you motherfuckers are not a law enforcement agency. You are a goddamn policy.
I have one last question.
And motherfucker, that there is the only truthful thing that I heard your sorry Uncle Tom Cruise black ass say.
Said and done, how do you think the nation will see the city?
Right. You motherfuckers are policy.
I professional, prepared. Those are the things that I believe right now. We have a prepared police department. And I don't want to just tie this just to the Chicago Police Department, because we're working with agencies across the city and people who are working behind the scenes, fire department, OEMC, every other agency within the city, streets and sand. I mean, I'm going to forget a lot of them, but behind the scenes, there's a lot of work being done collaboratively to make this a success. So not only is the Chicago Police Department supporting everyone in the city, we've got a bunch of people in the city supporting the Chicago Police Department in our efforts to keep the city safe. So that being said, with our federal partners, state, local, I just can't say enough about the collaboration here. And this is going to be a safe and successful event.
It's safe and successful. All right. So what are y'all thoughts on the top cop, the top piggy of Chicago PD?
He's full of bullshit.
Larry Smelling.
Like
he's full of shit.
Right. I can't believe he sat there that long for all of that. What did he really say?
Okay, we'll see.
We're ready to put a nightstick upside your head if need be. We're ready to bust out the tear gas and the pepper spray if need be. We're ready to bust out the tasers and the guns if need be. We're going to have a safe and peaceful event.
Yeah, I'm learning that. Simple.
And it's law and order. We're going to have law and order in the Chi-Town. You're not going to be able to just run them up.
Okay, Brother Che. Funny you should say law and order, because old Tricky Dick, he got up there with his lying, stinking ass, at the Republican National Convention in 1968. I forgot where it was. I think it was in Miami, Florida. Who got up there and said that his policy is law and order. And if that son of a bitch wasn't the biggest goddamn crook going on, and ladies and gentlemen, the American people have a right to know if their president is a crook. I am not a crook.
No.
Okay. Now, you see, the reason why I take this personal, because men folk will tell you 3 things that they generally don't dig. One is somebody yelling at them. someone up there lying to them, and someone up there, trying to play them for stupid. You see, this is why motherfuckers get shot in 50 cents crap games. It's not so much the damn 50 cent. No, you playing me for stupid.
Right.
Which is an insult. Yeah, which is an insult to somebody's intelligence. You see what I'm saying? Right. And to quote Al Pacino in The Godfather, Carlo, do not tell me that you are innocent, because it is an insult to my intelligence, and that makes me very, very angry.
Yep, I concur.
Nah,
I had to tell my management this week. I said, "You're insulting my intelligence. This whole thing is an insult to my intelligence."
Yeah, exactly. But the sad part is, you get brain dead motherfuckers who will sit there and go for this bullshit. And this is why we created the hashtag called Resurrection of the Mental Dead. So like and subscribe to that hashtag right there. Resurrection of the Mental Dead. And there is a Facebook group. What's
going on, everybody? Thank you.
No, TD Media Group, we ain't trying to promote you, motherfucker. I'm sorry. Shit, promote us.
Leave TD Hip Hop alone. That's our guy. Hey, Lady Che, what's your thoughts on the top cop and what he has to say about security procedures and cleanness?
His bucking eyes and his words, they were calling out deaf black ears over here. I was just like, I'm gonna beat all my cognitive behaviors on opposite day when it's opposite day. If ever we should get lucky, on opposite days of them doing the bad things to us, all of a sudden we in a new realm and it's opposite day, and I was just, oops, I got scared. I felt for my life. I feared for my life.
Yeah.
It got to me and all my friends. I had to react. I was scared. I was scared for my life. Scared for my life.
Sounds like a movie that came out in 1995.
I was scared for my life. He matched my profile.
Called The White Man's Burden.
What?
Oh yeah, I never saw that with Harry Belafonte and John Travolta.
Demon attributes.
Yep.
I got confused. He just matched my suspect list. He was white, and he had all the typical demon white things you look forward in Satan. So I got scared, and I just had to put things down. On opposite day. Because I remember shit behind me, Satan, behind this, hot boy in the sky.
Hell no.
I was scared for my life. I saw my innocent little young mixed milky mulatto ass flight. My life flashed before my little eyes.
You still qualify for the auction block, Lady Che.
Goddamn right. My milky mulatto fucking eyes of the melanation was surely showing fear behind them white, blue eyes, the devil eyes. I was scared. Suspect list. I swear he had a gun. I swear it. I was scared. He had a gun. Good. I guess I was wrong. It was just a lighter. Oops. My bad. My fault.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to
we investigated ourselves, and we found we did nothing wrong.
I don't know.
They investigated themselves and found that they did nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong.
Okay. Once again, that there's an insult to the general public's intelligence.
Right. Obviously, I got away with it.
Well, okay. Well, like how Joe Gibson and them said, well, what about the black gangs and all this old type of stuff? The most notorious gang in any metropolitan city.
It's the police
where you have a large black pack. Exactly. Took the words right out my mouth. Thank you, Brother Che.
Yep.
On opposite day, I'm gonna be sitting on somebody's neck for like 9 minutes, 28 seconds, and while he called for his big fat sleazy white mama and pee in his pants, I'm just like, I had to hold him down. He was wrestling. He was fucking back. You know, he was resisting. He was resisting. On opposite day.
Stop resisting. Stop resisting.
Yeah, on opposite day.
Yeah, stop resisting as they killing a man. Stop resisting as they got you handcuffed and a nightstick gliding gracefully upside your head. Stop resisting.
All you have to just comply. Just comply.
That means
the motherfucker's up there, man, handcuffed. His head is bleeding. You see what I'm saying?
I want to ride my horse and down the street with my rope and shit with somebody filming it for like the news and rounding them up like chattel on opposite day.
All you have to do is comply. Instead, you wanted to fight with the officer.
You gotta round the fuckers up.
Oh my God. So moving along.
I'm just kidding. Don't get upset, little Satan. I'm just playing.
So the DNC is going on, as we just learned, and security is on high alert. And there's a lot of empty seats at the national convention.
Jesse, is it more important to have empty seats or enough black people? I stopped counting black folk. Now we count empty seats. Reminder of what we're counting this week.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so just like Sleepy Jim Crow Biden, Kamala isn't really able to draw a crowd.
Oh Lord.
So our boy TD Hip Hop Media, now known as TD Media Group, is going to give us an update on that. DNC disaster. Chicago mayor speaks to empty seats at Democratic National Convention. So this was yesterday.
Please make sure you hit the like button because that's the most important thing you can do for me on this channel. When it does, that helps me shoot as well. Secondly, if you're new to the notification next to the subscribe button, so you can be notified whenever I release. And yes, that does help to give me a slight boost to the Republic of Chicago. We're headed back to the People's Republic of Chicago because, as you all know already, day one of the Democratic National Convention is in the books, and boy, was it a disaster. Why was it a disaster? You may be asking, is it because of the protests that were outside and all of the chaos that was happening outside the United Center? No, that's not why. Why it was a disaster is because of the lack of people inside the United Center. The majority of the people were on the outside, but when you came inside the United Center to listen and take part in the ceremony of the DNC convention, the Emperor of the Emperor of Chicago, Brandon Johnson, kicked off the ceremony to empty seats. It was completely empty in the Democrat National Convention. It was empty. Mind you, once again, the mayor of Chicago, for right now, I'm going to call him by his proper title. That's technically the legal title as the mayor of Chicago, right? But he's actually the emperor of the People's Republic of Chicago. But in all seriousness, the mayor of Chicago opened up the Democratic National Convention ceremony, speaking to empty seats. Let that sit on your mind for a minute. This man is the mayor and was sitting here talking to no one. Let's play some of this very quickly.
Fundamental rights and our freedoms. It will take someone with leadership who would fight for us. And let me tell you, America, leadership, Kamala, she's got it. And what will it take to defeat MAGA Republicans?
This is so embarrassing. That is so embarrassing to be the mayor of Chicago, have the Democratic National Convention in your city, and you step up to speak to open up the festivities of the convention, and you're speaking to empty seats. Now, about 2 hours into the event, things got a little bit better, but not by much. And just look here. It got a little bit better, you know, but not by much. You can still see a lot of empty seats. And this was 2 hours later. As Karen Bass came on stage, or I should say, as she came off stage after speaking, we were able to receive the opposite camera angle from what we're looking at right now. And here were how the seats look on the other side of the United Center.
Nobody.
This is crazy. Mind you, up until this point, multiple people had spoken already. Maxine Waters had spoken. The president of the NAACP, Derek Johnson, had spoken. You have Karen Bass, who has spoken. The mayor of Chicago has spoken. Now, mind you, it's not Biden. It's not.
Remember when he said, "I'm doing my black job."
I really ain't doing shit. I think it's funny when I say I love a black job.
Mama, it's not even AOC. These names that I mentioned off are reputable names on that side of the political spectrum. They're reputable names over there. And you would have thought people would have showed up early and on time to listen and see these people speak. But they didn't.
Mm-mm.
They didn't. Nobody showed up to this. And look at this. Look at on my bottom left-hand corner, maybe your bottom right. Look at all of the empty seats.
Yeah,
you can see them straight ahead. Look up top where the top row, I believe was at the nosebleed section, is completely blacked out.
Mm-hmm.
There's nobody up there. This was a disaster, to say the very least. And it speaks volumes to the enthusiasm behind Democrats voting for Kamala. So we'll see how things play out moving forward. I honestly cannot wrap my mind around how Kamala wins the election. I don't know, man. People aren't even showing up to the Democratic National Convention. They can't even be bothered to show up to the convention. If they can't be bothered to show up to the convention on time to see a who's who list of people speak,
late, but
I don't see how they're going to show up to the poll.
4 hours
But we'll
later,
see.
I realized
With all that being said, that does it for today's news, man.
Yeah.
They're late. That was like 15 minutes is like the limit, right?
Yeah.
Oh, man. There's no bueno.
All right, Shabaka, what's your thoughts on that?
Okay, my thoughts is on that. What I put off in the private chat. It would be nice if this dude would mention us for sharing his content. This is why we are sinking.
Bringing Kimberly Halkett is
people
inside
are not reciprocating. But, you know, I don't hate the brother, you know, very intelligent brother. Sounds very, very well read. You know what I'm saying? I just wish that these people would reciprocate for frontline black news and make donations to our causes. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't hate the brother. I don't hate the brother. I don't disagree with anything that he said. Okay, but that little shit about liking should subscribe to our shit and you motherfuckers don't mention us. No, man, I'm getting sick of it.
No, that's
why that's why we're on a sinking ship. That's why the damn podcast is getting ready to go down. But I don't disagree with nothing what that man said. You know, we just need people to reciprocate to us.
Yeah, I hear you, Shabaka. Yes. Then why did you say my name?
Brother's very intelligent, you know what I'm saying, you know, and whatnot. You know, I'm not hating on the young man, but at the same fucking token is, hey, you know, reciprocate. Say, this is how, because we talk about recirculating black dollars in the black community before giving it to these other motherfuckers, right? That's the first way to start right there.
Yeah.
And
we're just looking for information. I mean, I don't really expect nothing from him. We just use some of his videos from time to time to address some things.
Right.
And he usually shows love in the chat.
But the flip side of that coin there, though, Brother Chad, and I agree with your reasoning, you know, it's very solid. But at the same token, man, people are still looking at our platform, seeing him and not seeing enough of us. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I'm not hating, man. Nothing personal, just business.
Yeah.
You see? Say.
Okay,
same thing with Uncle Phil. You know, I love Uncle Phil, but Uncle Phil, it should be nice, man, if you would mention us, you know, at least once a month. Hell, I'll settle for that. Usually, most people say
the only way you're gonna get mentioned is if you donate to them. Okay, now I see your point. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, man, who the fuck is donating to us, Brother Che? I mean, we up here going out of our goddamn pockets, man, and none of these motherfuckers is donating to us.
Well,
say,
think what it is.
And I mean, and it's at the point where the shit is starting to piss me the fuck off. Ain't no sense in me lying. You know what?
Yeah,
I'm out, man. Give me a call tomorrow, Brother Che. I'm too pissed off right now.
Damn. Okay, brother. Jesus.
It is the anniversary too.
What do you mean?
You already said yesterday. Anniversary of his ex, of his missus that passed on.
Oh yeah, that's right. It sure is. Thank you for joining us, Shabaka. All right, ladies and gentlemen, move to the next topic, and that is Clyburn falsely calls Project 2025 Jim Crow 2.0 at the DNC yesterday.
12:45.
Oh my God! All of a sudden, I gotta shut it down early. Okay.
Well, no, my brother has a real life job in the department.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button because that's the most important.
And
that has never stopped you from doing a show.
It didn't end till 5 yesterday. I mean, he didn't get no rest. He didn't get no.
Important thing you can do for me on this channel.
You're gonna close the door. The reason why he won't get no rest is because he won't close the door.
It's hot, Jesse. It's hot.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So that's like another hour. All right.
What it does is that it helps make sure that those who are subscribed to the channel will indeed get their notifications, and it also boosts the YouTube algorithm as well. And with the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news, man. Today we are headed back to the People's Republic of Chicago because we have to speak more on the Democratic National Convention that is taking place, right? But before we head back to the People's Republic of Chicago to speak specifically on Jim Clyburn and the speech that he delivered, a very quick 5-minute speech that he delivered, I first want to go back and make reference to an amazing tweet that I read in a previous video yesterday, and I have a feeling I'm going to be reading this tweet a lot throughout the duration of this election year leading us until November. So I want to do that right now. Let me pull the tweet up in front of you, and this tweet comes from JV the Great. JV the Great. I will have this tweet linked in the description box below. But as you can see here, I quote retweeted the tweet, and I stated that this tweet right here is the tweet of the decade. And it reads as such while you watch the protest video playing on the bottom. JV stated, "Black people, this is not your party. As you can see, there are only a handful of blacks that can be spotted. Stop allowing yourselves to be used by radical liberals. Your anger and raw emotions are their special ingredients." And that is so true. It is so true. The way Democrats, the way the quote left or liberals are able to play on the anger and raw emotions of Black Americans concerning the past and how it relates to today, the way that they're able to play on that to get votes to push forward policy that has nothing to do with the community, it doesn't benefit you in any way, shape, form, or fashion. The way that they're able to do that is astonishing to me, and it's something that needs to stop. It's something that has to end, and I'm hoping that that ends this November. I'm truly hoping so, because it's very frustrating to see this play out over and over again, election after election after election. And we saw that play out on a large scale at the DNC convention in Chicago this week. One of the speeches that took place out of many was from Jim Clyburn. And I want you to hear what he had to say about Project 2025. Let me pull that up on the screen for you right now, and let's get into what Mr. Jim Clyburn had to say.
while Trump has been looking out for himself and his billionaire buddies, Kamala has been fighting to lower costs for all Americans. And while Trump falsely pleads ignorance of Project 2025, which in my opinion is Jim Crow 2.0, Kamala has been offering the American people enlightened proposals and visionary leadership.
You see, Project 2025 is not Jim Crow 2.0. There is no Jim Crow 2.0. There will never be Jim Crow 2.0. Jim Crow was Jim Crow. This is so unbelievably disingenuous and dishonest because they can't even make a proper parallel and give you examples of how Project 2025 would even be Jim Crow 2.0. On no level is it that, or could it be that? But I want you to pay attention to how they always fearmonger you about Project 2025, but never tell you about Project 2025. They just tell you to look it up, knowing that you're not going to look it up because it's a 900+ page document. Even they haven't looked it up. If there was something that crazy in the document that was anywhere close to being the equivalent of Jim Crow 2.0, trust me, they would have highlighted it already. It would be plastered all over the place already. But it's not, because he's lying. He's being disingenuous. Jim Clyburn not being truthful. And he's playing on the raw emotions and anger of Black Americans concerning the past and how it relates to the present day. They play on this so much, yet they do nothing about it. As I discussed in a previous live stream, Kamala Harris was the tiebreaker on 33 votes in the Senate while she was vice president. 50-50 straight down the middle, 50 Democrats, 50 Republicans. Kamala Harris was a tiebreaker each time. How come she couldn't be a tiebreaker for anything that was relevant towards fixing the ills of the Black community? Right. Because they don't care. They never have. They never will. They only want your votes just so they can push illegal immigrants into your community and provide them with housing that they won't provide you. And with all that being said, that does it for today's video. So I want to thank you all for joining me today. Please share this video on your social media platforms to your family.
And please do the same thing for Frontline Black News. I'll let you take what your thoughts on Clyburn, Jimbo Jenkins, Clyburn, Policy Cost Project 2025.
Clyburn's the last person to talk about Jim Crow anything.
Right.
That's it.
Is that it?
Pretty much, yeah.
Wow. You're at a shortage for words tonight. Okay.
Outside, it's like, it's hard. I've been outside. I mean, at the hospital, I've been all over. I'm tired. It's a fucking lengthy, fucking 8-hour fucking event. Like, it's easy. Like, this is simple. Clyburn shouldn't even have an opinion. Why is he still in office? He fucking up. But he's the last person to talk about Jim Crow anything when he's been fucking so close to white supremacy. It's beyond fucking ridiculous. You know what I mean? Yeah, he's in a forever position. His words don't matter. He's not trying to do anything for Black people either. There you have it.
Okay, well, moving right along. We got the DNC Day 2 complete train wreck. Okay, I'm going over that. So I'm gonna show the clips of today. What happened today at the Democratic National Convention?
I'm listening to it.
All right. So it was rumored that the Osambos were going to make their appearance today, and they did. And also Kamala's husband, Doug, who was sleeping with his the nanny, with his previous wife, also spoke.
That's messy.
It's the truth, though.
You never did that. Why did you do that?
Tuesday night, and the big story on Action News is Your Voice, Your Vote. Another historic day in American politics as Democrats officially nominated Kamala Harris as their candidate for president. On the second day of the Democratic National Convention, there was once again no shortage of excitement, energy, or political star power. Reporter Liz Nady from our sister station WLS in Chicago is covering the convention for us and is live in the Windy City with more on today's events. Liz.
Rick, tonight, Democrats summoned the energy of their most popular messengers to deliver an endorsement that they are uniquely qualified to offer. Inside the home of the Chicago Bulls, former President Barack Obama returned home to offer up one of the party's most influential endorsements.
I am feeling hopeful because this convention has always been pretty good to kids with funny names who believe in a country where anything is possible.
The country's first Black president says he believes the country is now ready for another kind of first in the Oval Office.
America's ready for a new chapter. America's ready for a better story. We are ready for a President Kamala Harris.
No, the hell
Former
we
First
ain't.
Lady Michelle Obama is perhaps best poised to make the case for a President Kamala Harris.
My girl, Kamala Harris, is more than ready for this moment. Her story is your story. It's my story. It's the story of the vast majority of Americans trying to build a better life.
Not far from the pageantry of the convention, pro-Palestinian protesters clashed sometimes violently with Chicago police, trying to break through police lines and triggering mass arrests. 90 miles to the north, Vice President Harris and her running mate took their message to must-win Wisconsin for the night.
A future with affordable health care. A future with affordable child care. A future with affordable housing and paid leave. That's the future we believe in.
It was the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, left to make the case for the country to give his wife a promotion.
She'll lead from the belief that wherever we come from, whatever we look like, we're strongest when we fight for what we believe in, not just against what we fear.
Vice President Harris and her running mate were actually on their way back here to Chicago as Kamala Harris's husband offered that speech to the audience here tonight. Tomorrow night, delegates will hear from another former President Bill Clinton, and Governor Tim Walz as he introduces himself to American voters. We're live at the Democratic National Convention tonight. Liz Nady, Channel 6 Action News.
All right, Liz, thank you.
Bringing Kimberly Halkett is inside the convention venue in Chicago. Barack Obama and indeed the former First Lady Michelle got huge receptions from a packed convention center.
Not packed.
Yeah, there's no question that it was standing room only here in Chicago as Michelle Obama made the case for Kamala Harris, saying hope is making a comeback. And you heard there Barack Obama talking about making the same case and really making the argument that America is ready for not only the first female president, but for the first woman of color to lead this nation. I want to talk to a Democratic strategist about this and about sort of that vision. I want to bring in Ashley Bryant Bailey, who has been working on this strategy and can talk to us a little bit more about it. And, you know, there was really the Democratic Party's heavyweights here tonight taking center stage. The Obamas, they are really the sort of the ideology behind the Democratic Party in many ways, but they're also the celebrities of the party. And we certainly saw that when they took the stage, the crowd went wild. What is it about the Obamas and what they have to say that really motivates this party and motivates this party to not only get out and vote, but to get others to get out and vote and to vote for Kamala Harris?
Sure. Well, you know, I think it goes unsaid that the Obama presidency was transformational, and Michelle and Barack are still just amazingly transcendent when it comes to speaking to all Americans, right? Speaking to all voters and making sure that we're, cutting that no nonsense. We're going to get to the issues and we're going to talk about American values. And Barack and Michelle do that very well. They're always culturally on the nose. They understand what's happening. They have a pulse on what Americans really want, the values that we're leading with our votes and the issues that are most critical. And so, yeah, there are celebrities in there in their own right. But Barack was a transformational president, and he continues to be very culturally relevant, someone that voters and Americans still look up to, still want to know not just who he's endorsing, but what he's reading, what music he's listening to, right? And so it just makes so much sense for them to be here tonight, to be kind of keynoting and just really revving up that energy that's been so palpable in the room.
And I think I heard or read somewhere that the Democratic Party really kind of talked about the speakers tonight, including the Obamas, as the trusted messengers. How are you utilizing that messenger sort of theme and the message to try and, in this very close race, win the election?
Sure. Well, again, it's always great to have validators, people that Americans can trust, people that have stayed, with the leadership, have been critical voices for the Democratic Party for years, but also bringing in fresh voices, right? We had some folks that were former Republicans, some people who still identify as Republicans. And that honesty, if you will, is really resonant with folks, knowing that you can still be aligned as a Republican, but actually be here and ready to say, actually, what this country needs is a Kamala Harris, is a Tim Walz. And so messaging is very, very important, but the source is more important, right? Because we have to make sure that we're using those trusted messengers to really resonate with the folks that are out there and that are at home. It has to go beyond the United Center. It has to really reach the millions of folks that are watching at home.
That's for sure, especially when right now the polls are showing that it is such a close race. All right, we're going to thank you very much. Ashley Bryant-Bailey, Democratic strategist, thank you for joining us here on Al Jazeera. And we are going to stay here throughout the week. We've still got another couple of days for the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago, but for now, I'm going to hand it back to you in Doha.
Kimberly, thank you very much. Kimberly Harcourt inside that convention center.
Than they needed. They understood that it wasn't enough for their kids to thrive if everyone else around us was drowning. So my mother volunteered at the local school. She always looked out for the other kids on the block. She was glad to do the thankless, unglamorous work that for generations has strengthened the fabric of this nation. The belief that if you do unto others, if you love thy neighbor, if you work and scrape and sacrifice, it will pay off. If not for you, then maybe for your children or your grandchildren. You see, those values have been passed on through family farms and factory towns, through tree-lined streets and crowded tenements, through prayer groups and National Guard units and social studies classrooms. Those were the values my mother poured into me until her very last breath. Kamala Harris and I built our lives on those same foundational values. Even though our mothers grew up an ocean apart, they shared the same belief in the promise of this country. That's why her mother moved here from India at 19. It's why she taught Kamala about justice, about the obligation to lift others up, about our responsibility to give more than we take. She'd often tell her daughter, don't sit around and complain about things, do something. So, with that voice in her head, Kamala went out and she worked hard in school, graduating from an HBCU, earning her law degree at a state school. And then she went on to work for the people, fighting to hold lawbreakers accountable, strengthening the rule of law, fighting to get folks better wages, cheaper prescription drugs, a good education, decent health care, child care, elder care. From a middle-class household, Kamala worked her way up to become Vice President of the United States of America. My girl, Kamala Harris, is more than ready for this moment. She is one of the most qualified people ever to seek the office of the presidency. And she is one of the most dignified. A tribute to her mother, to my mother, and to your mother too. The embodiment of the stories we tell ourselves about this country. Her story is your story. It's my story. It's the story of the vast majority of Americans trying to build a better life. Look, Kamala knows, like we do, that regardless of where you come from, what you look like, who you love, how you worship, or what's in your bank account, we all deserve the opportunity to build a decent life. All of our contributions deserve to be accepted and valued. Because no one has a monopoly on what it means to be an American. No one.
No black people there. We're the only reason why there is an America.
Kamala has shown her allegiance to this nation, not by spewing anger and bitterness, but by living a life of service and always pushing the doors of opportunity open to others. She understands that most of us will never be afforded the grace of failing forward. We will never benefit from the affirmative action of generational wealth.
Why y'all didn't do nothing to preserve generational wealth for the black community when you were in office, when your husband was in office?
If we bankrupt a business or choke in a crisis, we don't get a second, third, or fourth chance. If things don't go our way, we don't have the luxury of whining or cheating others to get further ahead. No. We don't get to change the rules so we always win. If we see a mountain in front of us, we don't expect there to be an escalator waiting to take us to the top. No. We put our heads down. We get to work. In America, we do something. And throughout her entire life, that's what we've seen from Kamala Harris. The steel of her spine, the steadiness of her upbringing, the honesty of her example, and yes, the joy of her laughter and her light.
Her laughter? You mean that horrible ass cackle?
Of the two major candidates
like a
in
goddamn
this race,
hyena.
only Kamala Harris truly understands the unseen labor and unwavering commitment that has always made America great.
Oh my God. When the hell has America been great?
Now, unfortunately, we know what comes next.
Especially for black.
We know folks are going to do everything they can to distort her truth. My husband and I sadly know a little something about this. For years, Donald Trump did everything in his power to try to make people fear us.
Oh my God.
See, his limited, narrow view of the world made him feel threatened by the existence of two hardworking, highly educated, successful people who happen to be black.
That's the first time I heard black the whole time this whole thing with her.
I want to know who's going to tell him Who's going to tell him that the job he's currently seeking might just be one of those black jobs? It's his same old con. His same old con. Doubling down on ugly, misogynistic, racist lies as a substitute for real ideas and solutions that will actually make people's lives better. Look,
what ideas do y'all have?
Our health care, taking away our freedom to control our bodies, the freedom to become a mother through IVF like I did, those things are not going to improve the health outcomes of our wives, mothers, and daughters. Shutting down the Department of Education, banning our books, none of that will prepare our kids for the future. Demonizing our children for being who they are and loving who they love. Look, that doesn't make anybody's life better. Instead, it only makes us small. And let me tell you this, going small is never the answer. Going small is the opposite of what we teach our kids. Going small is petty, it's unhealthy, and quite frankly, it's unpresidential.
When I was going small,
so
4 years ago,
why would any of us
so it was when they go low, we go
seeking
high.
Our highest office? Why would we normalize that type of backward leadership? Doing so only demeans and cheapens our politics. It only serves to further discourage good, big-hearted people from wanting to get involved at all. America, our parents taught us better than that, and we deserve so much better than that. That's why we must do everything in our power to elect 2 of those good, big-hearted people. There is no other choice than Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. No other choice.
Lies. It's Cornel West. There's Jill Stein. There's RFK Jr.
But as we embrace this renewed sense of hope, let us not forget the despair we have felt. Let us not forget what we are up against. Yes, Kamala and Tim are doing great now. We're loving it. They're packing arenas across the country. Folks are energized. We are feeling good.
Are y'all packing?
But remember, there are still so many people who are desperate for a different outcome, who are ready to question and criticize every move Kamala makes, who are eager to spread those lies. Who don't want to vote for a woman,
because we know
who
our
continue to
goddamn record.
prioritize building their wealth
And we've done the
over ensuring that
research.
everyone has enough.
If you can't
So no matter
gaslight
how
you,
good we feel tonight or
just trying
tomorrow
to
or the
gaslight
next
you.
day, this is going to be an uphill battle. So folks, we cannot be our own worst enemies. No. See, because the minute something goes wrong, the minute a lie takes hold, folks, we cannot start wringing our hands. We cannot get a Goldilocks complex about whether everything is just right.
Oh my God.
And we cannot indulge our anxieties about whether this country will elect someone like Kamala instead of doing everything we can to get someone like Kamala elected.
Millionaire?
Kamala and Tim, they have lived amazing lives. And I am confident that they will lead with compassion, inclusion, and grace. But they are still only human.
They just negated everything that
they are not perfect. And like all of us, they will make mistakes. But luckily, y'all, this is not just on them. No, this is up to us, all of us, to be the solution that we seek. It's up to all of us to be the antidote to the darkness and division. Look, I don't care how you identify politically, whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, or none of the above. This is our time to stand up for what we know in our hearts is right.
What is right? Y'all don't have no moral compass on what is right,
freedoms, but for decency and humanity, for basic respect, dignity, and empathy, for the values at the very foundation of this democracy.
It's not a democracy.
It's up to us to remember what Kamala's mother told her. Don't just sit around and complain, do something. So if they lie about her, and they will, we've got to do something. If we see a bad poll, and we will, we got to put down that phone and do something. If we start feeling tired, if we start feeling that dread creeping back in, we got to pick ourselves up, throw water on our face, and what? We only have 2.5 months, y'all, to get this done. Only 11 weeks to make sure every single person we know is registered and has a voting plan.
Oh my God.
So we
what?
cannot afford
you ain't offering us nothing.
Anyone America to sit on their hands and wait to be called. Don't complain if no one from the campaign has specifically reached out to you to ask you for your support. There is simply no time for that kind of foolishness. You know what you need to do.
Not vote for you.
So, consider this to be your official ask. Michelle Obama is asking you, no, I'm telling y'all to do something.
Yeah, I'm gonna do something. And they won't be voting for Harris or Walsh.
Because you all, this election is going to be close.
Oh my God.
In some states, just a handful, listen to me, a handful of votes in every precinct could decide the winner. So we need to vote in numbers that erase any doubt. We need to overwhelm any effort to suppress us. Our fate is in our hands.
Why you suppress
in
others?
77 days, we have the power to turn our country away from the fear, division, and smallness of the past.
These are the same people that's keeping RFK Jr. off the ballot in certain states. These are the same people that's trying to keep Cornel West off the ballot in certain states. Complete hypocrisy, y'all.
We have the power to marry our hope with our action. We have the power to pay forward the love, sweat, and sacrifice of our mothers and fathers and all those who came before us. We did it before, y'all, and we sure can do it again. Let us work like our lives depend on it. And let us keep moving our country forward and go higher. Yes, always higher than we've ever gone before as we elect the next president and vice president of the United States, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Thank you all. God bless.
Hell no. All right, so that was that.
He was too brown, and
that was that shit show. So that was day 2 of the DNC. So we heard from Doug, heard from Michelle Obama, and Barack Osambo. We heard from Osambo's. There were some other speakers beforehand that also spoke as well. It was a bunch of nonsense. No policy, just orange man bad. and abortion, and IFDF, whatever the hell, test tube, artificial insemination, promotion. That's all that they discussed on day 2 of the DNC. And like I said, outside there was all kinds of protests going on with the Palestinians and the Israelis, whatever. It was protesting, seeing the flags they had. It's ridiculous. Lady Che, are you still with us? My sister's laying on the bed, I think. Lady Che. Okay, I guess Lady Che is preoccupied. Alright, we're moving along. And Coulter, our favorite Karen. And Coulter said that Kamala Harris is not a foundational Black American. Great news, great news. We've been saying it for how long now? But you know, y'all don't believe nothing until the white person says it. So here we go. And Coulter is going to just said that Kamala Harris is not foundational Black. Meaning she's not like us. So stop trying to say that she is, and we need to go out and support her because she's supposed to be Black. That broad is not Black. She's cosplaying as Black, and it don't matter how many times you try to paint her as Black. She's not Black. So here we go.
She would not vote for him because he's an Indian. I mean, she insulted him a couple of times during that interview, and he did and said absolutely nothing. Say their name, but I'll just say your initials, EC, sent me this story. And Ann Coulter came right out and said, Kamala Harris is not foundational Black.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I will never forget that interview she did with Vivek. And she told him straight to his face he was too brown. And I mean, she insulted him a couple of times during that interview, and he did and said absolutely nothing. And I remember the next day he was dragged all over social media for not speaking up for himself. That's why I showed that interview with Don Lemon, where he was in front of Don Lemon talking about, I'm a proud Indian American. Okay, so I see you're picky and choosy on when you become emboldened, huh?
Yeah.
So she wants to set the record straight, y'all. Yeah. And Coulter. You know, we all know that they are calling Kamala Black for the votes. And that's really what it's all about. And most of us know that. Right. I mean, we're not lacking in critical thinking skills at all. Right. And we know what they're trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
So they said she had a racist tirade on C-SPAN this past weekend. And Ann Coulter said Kamala was not a foundational Black when the commentator addressed Donald Trump's claim that the vice president happened to turn Black while running for office. So Harris is what they call multiracial and has always identified as Black.
Since when?
Yeah, well, and she's been in the media over the years. Some articles say she's Indian. Some articles will say she is Black.
I've never seen an article until 2019 that said that she was
Trump,
Black.
We know, have been raising this point over the last several weeks as well. You know, especially when he was on that interview with the Black journalists in Chicago, and he was saying, for several years, she was Indian all the way. And then all of a sudden she made a turn and she became a Black person.
Yeah.
And Donald Trump spoke on that on multiple occasions. So Coulter argued that laws brought in to make up for the legacy of slavery had now been twisted to discriminate against white people in the name of diversity to the advantage of recent immigrants.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I happen to agree with a lot of things that Ann Coulter say when it comes down to immigration.
Yeah,
and well, let me just keep on with the story. So anyway, and this is the important point he should have made, is the entire purpose of affirmative action set aside civil rights laws that limit constitutional rights to freedom of contract, freedom of association. All of that was to make up for the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow. Yes, and she's right about that. But it has been over the last few decades hijacked and placed upon all of these other groups of people out here.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like when they spoke about the Dreamers.
Yeah.
Actually, that came from Dr. Martin Luther King.
Mm-hmm.
And when he was referring to Dreamers, he
was
was referring to the Black community.
Yep.
Then it got hijacked and got put on all of these illegals coming out of South America.
Yep.
They are the Dreamers. No, that's not what Dr. Martin Luther King said.
Right.
But that's what happens. And yes, they hijack the legacy that actually should be on us. For real. She continues, so unless these benefits are going to roughly define foundational Black Americans, the descendants of American slaves,
right,
you've taken away the whole purpose of this, and that this is exactly what happened once we got this huge load of immigrants. Now, a Thai who arrived on Wednesday will get an advantage applying for college, applying for corporations over a heterosexual white male in particular. Coulter added that all the civil rights and affirmative action laws have been twisted into anti-white hatred and discrimination. And then she goes on to say, so to make the point that Kamala isn't a foundational Black American, I'm always pointing out to Black people, have you noticed Indians are getting the good diversity jobs? Coulter said, oh, we've been noticed that. We've been noticed that. They will literally fly them over here with visas to work in America over hiring from the Black community. And I know that because I worked in corporate America. And I remember seeing these, especially men, coming over here directly from India, barely can speak the language, but they got a 6-figure job in the company. And they are big. Let me tell y'all something. Just working in corporate America, I was a senior manager, and part of my job, I had to interview. They lie, those East Indian, they lie a lot on resumes. They put down credentials that they technically don't even have. They fake the funk a lot on them resumes, big time. So, what did we do to Indians? We didn't enslave them, she added, saying that 90% of illegal immigrants are from the third world. They owe us. We don't owe them, Coulter continued. But to switch from the concept of integration and the civil rights for Black Americans to this BS diversity, it's nothing but discrimination. So that's what she said. So Coulter scoffed at the idea that Trump Trump is out here saying that he's getting a lot of the Black vote. And I'm just telling y'all, I don't believe it. I believe he is getting some. I do not believe this concept of Donald Trump getting a lot of Black votes. I'm just not buying it. I'm not buying it. Number one, just like Kamala, he hasn't offered anything.
Right.
He hasn't given any plans, or he has not spoken on reparations. He's already said he wanted to give the police more immunity. Okay? He's not trying to do anything about these cops and all of these unarmed shootings out here. He wants to give them more protections. So Coulter also scoffed at the idea that Trump think he will win the Black vote by being soft on crime. Let me tell you something. No politician in this country is soft on crime when it comes down to the Black community. Right. When it comes down to us, that's one thing y'all are unified on. Mm-hmm. Whether you're a Democrat or Republican, you want to come down with that heavy hand on the Black community all the time. And you're both in lockstep on that. Mm-hmm. And you've always been that way. So when you say the soft on crime, what a joke. What a joke.
Right.
So anyway, her comments were met with anger, confusion, and disbelief on social media. Foundational Black? Is Blondie kidding me? Marcus Garvey wasn't foundational Black either. Most Black Americans and Black Jamaicans come from the same places in Western Africa, wrote a user calling himself Democrat Rick, wrote on X. First of all, I don't accept, and I've said this before, I don't let people that don't look like me tell me who I am.
Right.
Okay? If you look like someone of another group, you don't get to tell me who I am.
Right.
I reject that wholeheartedly. So often times families were even separated, with some being put on ships to Jamaica, Caribbean, and others to the colonies, America. Same damn family, but put on different boats. Her argument went completely wrong, racist, and that pasty saltine is not the person who should pretend to speak with the authority about what makes someone Black or not. Well, I don't think anybody that don't look like us should be trying to tell us who we are. Mm-hmm. Because you got an agenda.
Yeah.
And we already know you have hidden our identity all this time. Mm-hmm. You have hidden our history. Yeah. You have hidden literally everything about us. Mm-hmm. So if you think I'm going to let you, knowing all of those things, come and tell me who I am, please, if you don't get out of my face. So anyway, there were many people making comments about slave ships and Black Americans and African slaves. They were all over X with their comments. But what do you think about Ann Coulter using the term foundational Black? And what do you think about what she said about how immigrants have been hijacking things that are for Black Americans? Do you agree with her?
Yeah.
Let me know in the comment section.
Yep, I actually do agree with her. And it shows us she's been tapping into the new Black media. Because she's talking like that. Because we're the only ones that's talking about if Kamala is foundational Black or any of these tethers are foundational black or not. So yeah, she's definitely tuning into the new black media. Man, like Lisa said, we can't let them define who we are. Foundational Black American is what we define ourselves as, not what the dominant society refers to us as. And it's because the lineage reparations claim that we were delineating in the first place, but we seeing now that we should have been delineating decades ago. But here we are. So yeah, Karen, you can't define us. But we know you've been listening, Karen, because if you're talking like this, you've definitely been listening to the new black media. Like I said, a broken clock is right twice a day. She's right. We are the foundational Black Americans, and these illegal immigrants are taking the benefits that we're supposed to be getting. So yeah, I'm not a fan of Ann Coulter. But I give credit where credit's due. I give props where props is due, and she's right on this. Lady Che, are you back? Lady Che. Okay. Lady Che is not speaking. Oh, she says she's just listening. That's right. All right, so now foundational black is in the lexicon. So moving along, we got the killer George Floyd. Killer George Floyd, Derek Chauvin, ex-officer, moved to Club Fed in Texas. So they moved Chauvin from Arizona to Texas after he got stabbed up, 22, 23 times, something like that. Last year on Black Friday, as a matter of fact. Shout out to the inmate that's poked him up. So now he's been moved to another facility in Texas. Again, at least gonna give us the update on that. Shout out to
the difference.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know, Derek Chauvin has been moved to a prison in Texas. Remember, he got all there in Arizona, and they put him in a federal prison, believing he was going to be safe. And as you can see, I don't believe they can make Derek Chauvin safe anywhere. I really don't. I don't care where you put this man. I do not believe he's ever going to truly be safe at all.
No.
So I would like to think justice, the truth for this story. And I'm not surprised. I kind of suspected that they were doing things behind the scenes after he got caught up in that federal jail in Arizona. So I'm not surprised their hero right here had to be moved. So Derek Chauvin, we know he is the killer of George Floyd. He has been moved to another federal prison in Texas almost 9 months after he was jabbed up in a different facility. All right, this is according to the Federal Bureau of Prisons. They confirmed this on Tuesday. Chauvin, 47, is now housed at the Federal Correction Institution in Big Spring, a low security prison. Now, wait a minute. This man is a murderer. How does he get to be in a low security prison? That doesn't make any sense. If that's the case, put all murderers in low security prisons. You know, this is why people complain about when these police officers go to jail. they always try to give them the most lenient time behind bars that they don't do for other people. A low security prison in Texas, and this man is a killer. He was previously held in Arizona at FCI Tucson in August of 2022 to simultaneously serve a 21-year federal sentence for violating George Floyd's civil rights and a 22.5-year sentence for second-degree murder. Right. So how does he go to a low security prison? See, they're trying to sneakily give this dude freedom. That's what they're doing, as much as they can while he's behind bars. Shouldn't he be more focused on serving his time than trying to put him in low security? And he just got jabbed up. Is that really safe for him to be in low security where other people are just as free to walk around as he is? Earlier this month, Chauvin was temporarily transferred to an Oklahoma Federal Transfer Center. Oh, so they're afraid that guy gonna get a hold of him again. So they moved him. What's his name? John Tursak? Yeah, they're afraid he's going to get a hold of him again, so they're trying to shift him around and move him somewhere else. So earlier this month, and usually when these stories come out, they done been moved him, y'all. They did. So he was transferred to a facility in Oklahoma, Federal Transfer Center. The transfer comes nearly 9 months after Chauvin was jabbed up in prison by a former gang leader and one-time FBI informant, the suspect, John Tursak. And he faces attempted murder, assault with the intent to commit murder, and assault with a dangerous weapon, assault resulting in serious bodily injury. So Tursak was serving a 30-year sentence for, other crimes that he had committed as a member of the Mexican mafia. So the attack on Chauvin was November 24th, 2023. He told investigators he targeted the ex-police officer because of notoriety for killing Floyd. So FCI Tucson was a medium security prison. Okay, so he's going from a medium security prison to a low security prison. So I guess y'all don't have no concern about him getting jabbed up again, but then again, you could be doing this on purpose. He has been plagued by security lapses and staffing shortages. Chauvin's lawyer at the time, Eric Nelson, had advocated for him to get out of general population and away from other inmates, anticipating he could be a target. Tursak, who was charged with attempted murder, told correctional officers he would have killed Chauvin if they did not respond so quickly. So he was trying to take him out. Now, many of you might have heard the former officers that were with Chauvin holding down George Floyd. They were released. And, and I'm sure this is going to anger a lot of people. How do you lynch somebody in the middle of the street and you get to walk out of jail in such a short period of time? I'm just saying. It really has not been that long. George Floyd, that was what, 2020? And this is 2024. That's not a lot of time at all. All right, so Former officer Thomas Lane, who held Floyd's leg down as he struggled to breathe, was released from federal prison in Colorado on Tuesday. This is according to the Bureau of Prisons. Lane, 41, was serving a 3-year sentence for aiding and abetting manslaughter. And Lane pled guilty. He admitted that he intentionally helped restrain Floyd in a way that he knew created an unreasonable risk and caused his death. He admitted that he heard Floyd say he couldn't breathe. Knew Floyd fell silent, no pulse. He appeared to lose consciousness. Whoa. That's why he should not have gotten out in under 4 years. So we know about Floyd. It just goes over what happened to George Floyd. All right. So King and Tao are both set to be released in 2025, which we're not far from 2025 at all. King is detained at a federal prison in Ohio, and Tao is in a facility in Kentucky, according to the Bureau of Prisons record. So, ladies and gentlemen, what a joke. So, you know, it's really sad when George Floyd's murderers have such an easy time, but they had no problem snuffing his life out. But they're having such an easy time with these little short sentences and them attempting to give Derek Chauvin some freedom while he's behind bars, because, you know, he's more free to move around and do a little more in a low security prison. That's why this society is jacked up now. It is because of the people that are running it, y'all. But please tell me what you think about this video. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video.
All right. Yep. Thank you, Lisa, for that. So, yeah, they just moving him around. He gonna get his, though. He gonna get poked up again, watch. Federal words, he gonna get poked up again. He might not survive it. Lady Che, you're back. What are your thoughts on Chauvin getting transferred to another facility?
I think it sucks.
And the other officers involved in
why though? Like, why though?
Released early. Why? They're obviously trying to save his life after he got stabbed up how many times? 20-something times.
It was like 2 years ago. It should be over it by now.
It wasn't like 2 years ago. It was a year. It wasn't even a year ago. It was the end of last year on Black Friday. That's not even a year.
I thought you should be over it
in November.
By now. Oh God, I don't know.
Like Lisa said, they probably already moved them. They probably already moved them months ago. They just now reporting on it.
Yeah. I mean, nothing's gonna happen with federal prison.
Huh.
I don't know. I don't know nothing about federal prisons, so I don't know. I mean, I just wish that it would have already. I don't wish it. I don't know what to say. This is gonna sound really bad, but I just think that nobody's doing their job in prison. Like, there's just walking around.
Well, John Cusack, he remembered the old ways of doing things.
Sure,
he got to his ass.
He sure did. Yeah, you're right. He did. That's terrible. That's terrible.
Black Friday.
That's what
he said. It was to honor. He said it was to honor Black Lives Matter or something.
Something to that effect. That's what he said.
Yep. We covered it here on Frontline Black News in our third season.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
I don't like it. I don't like none of it. I just think he should have moved federal prisons like cushy jail, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I just don't like it. I don't like none of it.
Mm. All right, and we're moving right along.
Yeah.
We got a racist cop who attacks 3 black men and loses. Great news.
Oh, I just woke up just in time for this.
Yep.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
Ooh.
And now the Friday Crime Report. Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Black Friday, November 24th, 2023, 4:42 a.m. Police love to throw around the phrase that nothing good ever happens between the hours of 1 and 5 a.m. Well, that axiom applies doubly to the cops. Like most police officers, John Giga had believed himself to be a big, bad, tough guy. Giga's shift had just ended at 11 p.m. on Thanksgiving night, but rather than take his patrol cruiser back to department headquarters, he instead left his police uniform, shirt, and gun in his patrol car and walked to a local bar where over the course of several hours, he had at least 5 alcoholic drinks. Even though this was recorded on surveillance video, Giga would deny having drank any alcohol that night. Video then shows Giga leaving the bar and driving his patrol car away around 2:40 a.m. He claimed that he had gone home, took a shower, and then drove to Capone's nightclub to see a woman who worked there. Giga claimed that this woman hadn't answered his text that night, so he wanted to go see her. When Giga got to Capone's nightclub, the woman he was looking for said that she heard his angry voice, so she ducked out of sight and hid inside a cooler waiting for him to leave. When Giga finally left the nightclub, he decided that if this woman he was stalking didn't want to fight, he'd just go after the first black person he saw. He decided to start an argument with a group of black men who were in the parking lot. They weren't bothering him, weren't doing anything, but then again, this is typical of the police. They routinely start arguments with citizens, especially black ones, becoming confrontational and aggressive, as we saw with the murder of Sonia Massey and countless other victims of police violence. When the black men didn't go for his provocative actions, he began hurling racial slurs at them. They gave this racist another pass, not that they owed it to him, but these are decent citizens, civilized men, not reprobate trash like this white supremacist cop. Well, he must have really been drunk because he totally forgot that he didn't have his gun with him, and the encounter went, well, the way you would expect. As the black men tried to leave in their car, the video shows Giga walking beside it, pounding his chest and hitting the car window with a closed fist. That was the last straw. The driver of the vehicle got out, and Giga made his final mistake of the night. Rather than apologize for his boorish behavior, he instead decided to take a fighting stance. The driver punched Giga in self-defense and stood his ground along with his friends, and so the toughest guy in the police department became the toughest guy on the pavement. He had tried to claim that he was breaking up a fight, but the video made it clear that the only person who was fighting that night was him. When the video of Giga's violent behavior that night became public, rather than fire this guy, the police predictably placed him on paid administrative leave. Another criminal organization, the Fraternal Order of Police, put out a Twitter tweet repeating his lies, but nobody was buying it. Giga is the epitome of an unsympathetic person, and the Fraternal Order of Police and his own lawyer's phony claims that he's a victim is totally disproven by Giga himself. See, when the Fort Lauderdale police began to investigate this incident, it was Giga himself who refused to sign a sworn statement that he was a victim. The cops asked him to sign an affidavit saying that he was a victim, and he refused, even though the police needed for him to sign that in order for them to investigate further. Now, if he was the victim, as his lawyer and the FOP are now claiming, why didn't he go ahead and just sign a statement saying that he was right after the incident? It sounds like he was nervous about what the police might find if they actually investigated what he was doing that night. His text messages to the woman at the bar and the witnesses who heard his racist tirade against those black motorists. He's no victim, not merely because the video and common sense says that he's not, but because he himself never said that he was. So the pathetic claims that he's some sort of victim of some gang of black men, just another blue lie. The police were hoping that the public would lose interest, but they didn't. This stayed in the news there, and on July 3rd of this year, Giga would finally be fired, so his paid vacation was over at last. His lawyer, most likely some chump working for the Fraternal Order of Police, is still trying to use the old Hail Marys. First, he claimed that his client wasn't the aggressor. I guess he hasn't seen the video showing his client attacking people or the account of the woman at the bar who hid in fear from this creep. He then demanded that the public refrain from making any sort of judgments because all the facts haven't come out. I suppose nobody told him that doesn't work anymore. He's using the old lies like Sean Hannity would use in the early days of Black Lives Matter, before the tide of public opinion turned firmly against the thugs in blue. You know, I haven't heard that old "the facts haven't come out yet" in quite a while. Yeah. We know what that means, of course. Wait until the police and the white media work together to manufacture a lie to smear the black victims. But you want to know what killed that lie in particular? Video. All the videos of the police caught red-handed murdering people, and the public finally understanding that all the facts had come out, and the public finally got tired of the police's lies. At this point, I'm expecting Giga's lawyer to try the old, well, my client attacked them because he feared for his life. Giga's lawyer says that he looks forward to clearing his name. Well, even without this latest incident, Giga's name is already dirt. Because like most cops, you won't be surprised to learn that this degenerate has a long record of disciplinary problems that were totally ignored until this incident blew up and went viral, and now the Fort Lauderdale police can no longer sweep it under the rug. Giga's been reprimanded 5 times in his career and suspended 4 times, according to records provided by the Fort Lauderdale Police Department. Several of these incidents related to his use of police vehicles, but department records state he was reprimanded in 2022 after a social media video showed him touching the rear end of a woman while in uniform outside a nightclub. He was also reprimanded in 2020 after a former girlfriend reported that he admitted using restricted databases to access her personal information. He merely received a letter of reprimand for that one. Now, that was a crime that he committed, not a minor violation of department procedure. So this police department covers up crimes just as a matter of course. Giga's not the only one in that department who needs to be fired or charged. That's what this tells me. And remember how Giga had said that the entire reason that he went to Capone's nightclub in the first place was to go see a woman because she hadn't been returning his text? Well, as it turns out, one of those texts that he sent to her that night said, "About to show up and F everyone up." Gee, can't imagine why she didn't want to talk to him. This guy clearly is an abuser of women, if not physically, then certainly in every other way. Suspended numerous times, groping women, unauthorized use of department computers for stalking, and committing hate crimes. This guy shouldn't have been behind a badge. He should have been behind bars. But then again, garbage like this is exactly who the police departments look for. This is who they want to recruit. They prioritize people like him. The police are not a public safety agency. They're a taxpayer-funded street gang. We'll continue with the moment of truth in just a moment, but first, a word from the official sponsor of Black Empowerment, Power Tools. There's no telling when something's going to come up, so make sure you carry your power tools at all times. You never know when you're going to need to bring the hammer down, or when you'll have some trash that needs to be blown away, or some obstacle that requires cutting down. Don't get caught empty-handed. Keep your hammer close by. Keep that leaf blower at the ready, and always carry your steel. Power Tools, because no matter what your day job or side hustle may be, there's no excuse for not being ready to put in some work. And while we're on the subject of women, there's one more predictable wrinkle to this story. Stripped of his lies and excuses and exposed as a racist, Giga fell back on the old typical lie these racists rely on. He claimed that he can't be a racist because he has a black girlfriend. I'll give you a moment to roll your eyes on that one. This is something that a lot of black folks need to understand. When you call yourself snuggling up with these white supremacists, that is not some victimless crime. They always want to make sure they got some bed wench, some bed buck, some bootlick, some clown on standby, just in case they pull some racist stunt that can't be swept under the rug. That way they can use their little sellout bed buddy as their get-out-of-jail-free card. The black citizens who stopped this rogue cop have not been charged, nor should they be. They're heroes. The mayor should be inviting them to City Hall and presenting them with a citation or a merit badge or something. This creep went to the bar that night to menace and threaten a woman, and then he attacked other people, and these citizens protected the public from a violent thug. But there's no reward or air of celebration because the heroes are the wrong color, especially considering who they protected the public against. Now, while this is the feel-good story of the year, there's some bad news. Although these citizens who stopped this violent racist punk were not charged, Giga hasn't been charged either, not by the authorities or anyone, even though this guy committed a violent hate crime, attacking citizens because of their race, damage to private property, drunk and disorderly conduct, public intoxication, menacing that woman at the nightclub, he should be facing a raft of charges at the state and probably federal levels, but he's not facing any at all. Which means the revolving door for racist cops remains wide open for him. Even though he's been fired, he can still try to get his old job back, and if that fails, it won't matter because in the long term, there'll be another police department who will eagerly hire him as a way to go ahead and show that they're devoted to white supremacy. Unless this guy gets some sort of felony, he won't be stripped of his state certification. So even after all this, after the tons of reprimands, the huge national scandal, and the crimes that he's committed, they're not going to enforce the law. Because when this creep took that L and got stomped out, all these little thugs with badges and their little friends in the DA's departments and such, they took that L right alongside him. They felt like they got crushed too. He messed around and found out, and so did the rest of them. But as I've always told you, nothing happens in a vacuum under white supremacy. Just like the mass murder that also took place last year, this race attack is also the result of Ron DeSantis' nonstop attacks against the black community. All this pathetic back-the-badge crap that he would spout, we all knew that this was racist dog whistling, meant to encourage racist degenerates like this to attack black citizens. DeSantis' entire purpose was to embolden these race soldiers, and that's exactly what happened. Notice how that walking trash bag never has a problem with mayors or other city officials who refuse to do anything about these thugs in blue? The GOP-controlled legislature in Florida gave him the ability to violate the Constitution and remove elected government officials simply because. But he never does anything about this. We see police starting fights with black citizens all the time. They show up and begin mouthing off to black citizens, being confrontational, argumentative. We saw this with the murder of Sonia Massey. We see it all the time. The police live in a constant state of fear, not because of the public. The public's not threatening them at all. They live in fear because cowards are inherently terrified of their own shadows. Yeah, they try to do that phony tough guy crap, but it's like a monkey in the jungle hoping that a lot of posturing and loud noises will deter others from ever challenging them. Police know that 99% of citizens don't carry guns on them, so as they see it, they have the citizens at a disadvantage most of the time. But they live in fear anyway for the day when they don't get the drop on the citizens. Black people have a right to be safe and secure wherever we are, in our homes, at work, in public, and yet we see police targeting black people in all of these places. Black people are under no obligation to simply stand still and be killed. We have a right to self-defense against anyone who's trying to harm us. Every black person has a right to protect themselves against whatever level of violence that the police are trying to use against us. Kenneth Walker defended himself the night the Louisville police murdered Breonna Taylor. And these black men defended themselves last year also. The white media, and that includes YouTube, doesn't want black people thinking that they have a right to be safe, so they censor messages like this. Black safety is against YouTube's community guidelines, and the racist cops will tell you that black safety is against the law. Well, you better start exercising your right to self-defense, and you better stop letting tethers, bedwinches, bootlicks, or anyone else tell you that black people should just comply. How many black people have lost their lives because rather than defend themselves from a police attack, they instead try to comply? Citizens know when the police are within the bounds of the law and when they're not. The police are cowards, racist, and a threat to public safety. When someone is allowed to stalk women, grope them, threaten women, and carry out hate crimes in public in broad daylight, and neither the police nor the prosecutors will do anything about it, then that is a state of lawlessness. And when that happens, the citizens have an obligation to restore order, which is exactly what happened that night last year. John Giga was out of order, and the citizens put him back in order. These white supremacists hate seeing anyone stand up to the police, and it drives them nuts to see a black person actually defend themselves against one. To them, they worship the cops because it's the one profession where they think that they can carry out their cowardly anti-black ambushes and get away with it. So you can guess they don't want any bricks taken away from that wall. They live in fear that the idea of black self-defense might become habit forming. And speaking of walls, the racist ex-cop John Giga ran headfirst into one that night. Not a blue wall, but a black one.
Yes.
And that's this week's Friday Crime Report. Keep it.
Yep, he sure did. So shout out to them brothers that put hands and feet all over that race soldier. Lady Che, what are your thoughts on this? Lady Che.
What? Yeah.
All sleep again, Lady Che?
Oh. No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right. Question? What I feel about it?
Yeah.
crazy.
Yes.
It's absolutely crazy.
Family and fellow soldiers.
I'm like, what? Jesus Christ. What do you think about it?
Like I said, shout out to them brothers for putting hands and feet all over that race soldier.
Right. That's opposite day over there. That's like, Jesus Christ. They live in some of my wildest dreams. I used to times like, Dr. Rashay do them videos like, I wish Karen would.
Yeah.
And then it'd be like the videos on TikTok, like, I wish the nigga would.
Mm-hmm.
Or, I wish a white boy would. Or shit like that. And man, those videos always make my heart ring out happy.
Yeah.
It's just smack the stupid out of somebody's face, or you just thought they could get away with saying the N-word hard R. Way too liberal.
Yeah.
And, they put too much butter on their shit. It's just like said it with their chest so hard. Like, like when we like for example, I'll give you an example. That one motherfucking cat they caused into the Shabaka show that one day. Right? And he said it with his chest, and I just could not let it go. Right? So every time he gets on, I'm like, you're not gonna say that again, are you?
Oh, you're talking about the Alaskan.
Yeah. And I'm like, you're not gonna say that again, are you? I just won't let it go.
Yeah, he was just quoting LBJ.
Whatever. He sounded like he stood up out of his lazy boy to tell us the business.
Well, that's what LBJ said.
He stood up on it. He stood on it. I was like, and I mean, I probably could have left it alone like every other motherfucker that let that shit slide. But I couldn't do it. And still to this day, I can't stop fucking with it.
Yeah.
Even if it's funny, it's just more music for me. But I'm like, you ain't gonna say nigga, yeah, are you? Yeah, I mean, like shit like that. Hard. And that shit, nobody catch it, but I'm like, you ain't gonna do it again, are you? Or you didn't come in here and this is the one that did it, right? I'm like,
Hell no.
You know what I mean? I know I should behave myself, but for some reason I can't. Ever. You know what I mean? That shit just brightens up my day. Because he didn't forget like he did it.
Yeah.
Like he still don't acknowledge it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, yeah, why we let him on the show? For real.
Oh, the Alaskan?
Yeah.
He dropped some good information from time to time. It's just a suspected white supremacist. I don't know
Suspect? Why does it always gotta be a suspect? Can't he just be? Can they all just be? Why do they ask the questions? Like, suspected white supremacist until otherwise noticed. I don't even notice it otherwise time.
That's what
it's
the
right
code
now.
says. That's why they're suspected.
No, I was like,
The only
would Dr. Khalid Muhammad say everything's a suspect, or would he just say that is?
I mean, he would say that is, but we subscribe to the code.
That's all I have to say. I'm in my spirit today.
Oh my God.
I'm not getting out of it to the end.
Like I always say, they're suspected until proven otherwise.
They are. Just say they are.
No, because you have to prove that, and you can't prove that.
Very existence proves it. That's Dr. Khalid Muhammad right there. Very existence proves it.
You have to be able to prove it, and according to Nelly Fuller Jr., you can't prove it.
You have to prove it. You just said it was. We've been all over, remember? Oh, God, you lived to the prime of that. You fell asleep during the prime of that interview. My brother had to come close the door. He said I was getting too live.
Yeah.
I was clapping. I was like, that's right. That's right. At 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Something wrong with that picture.
Right.
I was about to be like,
Okay, Lady Shay. Moving along.
See what happened when you wake me up if you want to talk to me, Jesse?
Yeah. Moving along, Brandy. We got the Democratic Shield, or the Democratic Shills afraid.
They called me Brandy in like a long time.
Kamala will lose.
Yeah, man. I mean, the way TD Hip Hop talked about it, I was like, well, goddamn, TD. Yeah, like, what's his name? Todd?
Mm-hmm.
I'm Todd over there hurting
family and fellow soldiers.
Tony. Damn it, Tony.
Yeah, brother Tony.
Brother Tony over there, like, no. The empty seats. There was dry eyes, not a tear to be had. Bad jokes, crying everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Did he cry? Actually. He said he was. He said as soon as he stopped biting, he was going to cry.
Yeah, I think he did.
Damn it.
So are they afraid that Kamala will lose?
Soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. This morning's briefing is going to be a follow-up to last night's Sunday address, talking about whether or not people, especially those of us who say that it's time for us to abstain from voting until our demands are met, if we're afraid Trump's going to lose the election. For those of you who might have missed it, go back and watch it. It's well worth it. It's a deep dive, but it's informative. But if you want the Reader's Digest version, the answer is no. I'm not a Republican, and Trump hasn't offered black people anything. Right. So why would his losing again bother me? What I'm worried about is that a Kamala Harris win would be taken as black people supporting yet another do-nothing Democratic administration. And when you look at what's happened, Clinton was president, then Obama, and now Biden, it's time to realize the Democrats attack us with legislation just like the GOP does. And they also sit on their hands and let everybody take shots at us, just like the Republicans do. That's the thing that has to change. That's what's prompted I and others to look and say, if there's ever a moment of clarity, it should be now. Right. Now, what I want to know is, what do these plants expect to get? Right. Their question is, well, why is it that you're not supporting Kamala Harris and the Democrats? We made it excruciating clear exactly why we're not doing it. Oh, so you're for the Republicans, right? No, stupid. That's what you do.
Exactly.
Many of these anonymous clowns whose accounts seem to only have popped up in the last year or so, they are in many cases DNC operatives. They're campaign staffers and campaign staff wannabes. Yep. This is how you make your bones for the major parties. You work on someone's political campaign, and if you play your cards right, you just might get an administration job. I explained that this is what happened with Simone Mammy Sanders. She went from pushing lies for Biden on the campaign trail in 2020 to pushing papers for Kamala Harris in the White House basement after they got elected. Yep. And now she's pushing propaganda for MSNBC. So far as she's concerned, it all worked out very well. That's how it is in American politics. Everybody's trying to enhance their own resumes so that they can climb the ladder, make more money, get those big dollar speaking engagement fees. That's the game. Yep. But how does that help you? Answer, it doesn't. These shills and plants are totally self-interested. And where black people are concerned, they have open contempt. See, that's the entire problem with the so-called talented 10th. They have the same arrogance, the same know-it-all attitude, and the same lack of respect for the black community as the dominant society that they want to be liked by. Yep. They tell themselves that they have all the sense in the world, when in reality, they're merely auxiliaries of white power. The only relevant question anyone should be asking is, what are black people going to get? That's the entire point that these shills and plans don't want to talk about. Right. Their job is to get us off of that. Do the scare talk, do the shaming language, whatever it is. Tell them too many people have died for our right to vote yes, and the Democrats sat on their hands and let it happen. They let all those black people get killed back in the 50s, 60s. Yep. And that's why they're sitting on their hands today, where black people are getting gunned down by the police in their own homes. Sonia Massey was murdered on the Democrats' watch, on Biden's watch, on Kamala Harris's watch. Voting is not about saving democracy. It's about deciding who gets what. Yep. And if the people who built this country get what we're supposed to have, then that would be democracy. Right. And in America, it would also be a first. Now, another empty question that the shills ask is, well, is Trump promising to give you your tangibles? No, and that's why none of us are saying to vote for Trump. Right. Kamala and the Democrats, on the other hand, are demanding our vote, and they're employing shills and plants to nag us about why we need to vote for her. Again, she wants our vote, but isn't going to offer us anything. How is that different than Trump? My question to these shills is, what are you getting out of all of this? We've made it very clear what it is that we want. But the question is, why are you guys so hot and bothered to get us to vote for nothing? What are you getting? You want to get a job. That's all. And you'll sell your soul to get it, and you'll gladly sell Black America up the river, too. You shills keep going on and on about American democracy, which is an oxymoron, is a contradiction in terms.
Right.
But your little imaginary concept of American democracy is hanging in the balance this year, right? Well, if democracy seems to be hanging by a thread, it's because Democrats have desperately tried to find any way they could to win the election without doing what the base told them to do.
Yep.
American democracy would not have to be in peril at all, except that Democrats have decided that denying Black people what we're owed is more important than American democracy. If American democracy was so important, they wouldn't be in the position they're in to begin with.
Right.
American democracy isn't at stake because this country's never had it. Certainly not where Black people are concerned.
Exactly.
What's at stake here is the political comfort of the white left and their political pets you see on cable news. They lied and they spent decades lying, and now a critical mass of Black people are finally telling them no more votes without pledging to do specifically what we tell you to do.
Right.
And that they have to then deliver on it. Isn't that what elections are supposed to be about? See, to voters, that's true, but for shills and plants, elections are about keeping their bosses happy. So when the boss says you have to lie to get support for the boss, and that lying to the people is somehow serving the greater good, you'll go along with it because you're liars. That's your job. This is some terminal denial going on the part of the shills.
Oh, yeah.
They can't understand what we're doing for two reasons. One, it simply doesn't compute in their minds that the same Black people who voted for generations to get nothing have suddenly gotten serious about elections being transactional. To the shills, this has to be a bluff, right? Or it's just Negroes needing to blow off some steam, but it can't be real. At least they can't believe that it is. And secondly, they're scared because they can deal with terrified, obedient Negroes who occasionally grumble, but an awake and vigilant Black polity who are making demands that require the dominant society to lose their power, that's something the shills can't accept because they're depending on the dominant society to take care of them. They already know that we're not going to do it. See, they've tried the usual scare talk about Trump, and we didn't blink, so they've been flooding the zone with hysteria about Project 2025. I explained in an earlier video why that's just the same GOP crap, only a little bit more bellicose. Now we're challenging the scare tactics and holding firm that we're not here to save democracy. Our only concern is saving ourselves. And that should be our concern, because nobody else is looking out for us. The shills are playing for Team Red or Team Blue, but we're playing for Team Black. And if you're not on our team, then we're not supporting you. This is about changing the political calculus. For generations now, elections have been meaningless for us because no matter who wins, we always lose. It's time for that to change. And no, we're not going to listen to these corrupt shills. We keep letting these interlopers and anonymous operatives mislead us every 2 years, and here we are damn near at death's door. We're always told we have to wait. Everybody else gets policies and tangibles. They get what they want. We get excuses and lies. Everyone else gets things specifically for themselves. We have people publicly telling us that doing anything for Black people isn't feasible, as Bernie Sanders said.
Yeah, the hell with you.
And it's politically perilous for them. And they're not going to do anything that only benefits Black people. They do that stuff publicly. And that's their way of telling everybody that if Black people say that they need something, well, you just tell everybody it's political suicide. Everyone will know that that's how you talk to Black people. You just dismiss them out of hand. You have to make it a point to pejoritize them, smear them. They don't do that with anybody else. Other groups say they want something, they talk to them respectfully. Even if they don't say yes, they talk to them with respect. With us, it's always an insult. It's always going to be some sort of public humiliation ritual. You make sure Black people understand not only are we not going to do it, we are going to scoff at the very idea that you think you're supposed to get something. All right then, if that's how they talk to us, this is how we talk to them, with silence. So no, the question isn't whether Donald Trump's going to lose the election. The question for the shills is whether they will lose. Because while we don't have a particular dog in this fight, we don't have any hopes of working for any of these political prostitutes. The shills do. Well, that's their fight and they're welcome to it. And as for you shills and plants and DNC operatives who lurk in my comment section, since you guys love being errand boys and messenger boys for your DNC masters so much, I got a message you can take back to them. Tell Kamala Harris and her team if you want our vote, you got to come to us, take the pledge to our interest, and then deliver on it. And if they've decided, even at this late date, that they're just not going to do that, well, after the election, both you shills and the politicians you whore yourselves for will be working together after all. You'll all be very busy looking for new jobs. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Sa, Keegan Compton, Charles Hairston, Anthony, and Antithesis. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you. If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go.
Okay, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on these Democratic shields? Afraid that Kamala will lose. Shout out to Professor Blacc.
I think that it's too early. I mean, I think Democrats need to stop freaking out. Like, they was freaking out with when they pushed Biden out. They're freaking out because they didn't know what to do with Harris. Now they're freaking out because she may or may not lose. Well, you need to do something about this.
But they're not. That's why Professor Black Truth just said they're not going to do anything about it.
Right,
and
so
they're going to lose.
But let it be known already. Let's say it clearly that it is not black men's fault or black women's, maybe black women's fault. Maybe not black people's fault that this is happening. Don't let them shame you into that. Although I don't really like seeing y'all so cozy with the Debs. Really upsetting me about this. But I mean, I can't really tell you where not to go. Apparently, you don't want to listen. You'll learn eventually when you get nothing for the next 4 years. We can't. All we can do is say, "We told you so," as usual.
Yep, like we did 4 years ago.
Yep.
So yeah, to answer his question, yes, they are afraid. That's why they're pulling out all the stunts. Lose count every day. How many of these damn shills is coming out the woodwork, leaving stupid ass comments on my posts or stupid memes on my posts, and then literally trying to argue with you about not supporting Kamala.
Yeah, it's pointless.
And telling you need to get your head checked and all that shit. No, y'all the ones that need to get y'all heads checked.
Right.
We've already done the research on this broad. We already know her history. We already know her track record. And still to this date, there's no policy. So what are we voting for?
That's really bad. I think that, I mean, honestly, I think that should have had something drafted up. I mean, what the fuck do you got all these people around you for? If none of them is gonna do the minimal campaign back work, like, I mean, I don't want to talk about it like this with myself, but like the campaign work for, just for example, for you, it's slow, but it's me doing it all by myself, and then like I kind of went through some shit, so I'm kind of getting myself back on track. It's not slow. It's not like, it's whatever. I just need to get myself together. You know what I mean? For a quick second. But then I put in so much motherfucking shit going on back here that what I'm missing is like, just some shit that Jesse has to do, really, which is neither here nor there. But it's very easy shit. We haven't had time, like with this the simple shit going on with both our apartments alone is like that right there is taking up a big chunk of space, a big chunk of time. Then you got like this fraudulent shit that happened to me at the beginning of the month. That took about another big piece of the time. And then now whatever I'm going through right now that I need to deal with, you know what I mean?
Yes.
I don't want to talk about it. I mean, I do want to talk about it only to highlight something that I noticed that really bothered me. Other than that, I don't want to talk about the act itself. I don't want to talk about anything else, right? But I'm a person that believes that with family things need to stay with family, especially tragic family things needed. There's situations need to be handled amongst the village, amongst the family, away from YouTube, Facebook, things like that. Because it's not gonna help the situation. It's only gonna escalate it. However, I do want to talk about what I learned on my investigative journalism from said situation, which is only a thing to highlight that we really need as a people. It's that's the kind of shit I want to talk about. And that, like, that's taking up a little bit of time because how can you focus if one thing is off kilter? You know what I mean? Aside from that, I have to constantly reevaluate our goals as far as what we're doing with the campaign work and how we're getting ready for this next coming month with nothing but debates and forums, things like that. And so a motherfucker can't be truly sick and take a whole big amount of time off because there's no one else to do the work.
Right.
And when it's just so, like, look, it's just two of us with no bread. She got 1 million motherfuckers to help her and all the bread in the world, and she can't come up with policy. Yeah, there's two motherfuckers going through kind of like a serious family matter, meaning that's I and him as a family. You know what I mean? To deal with, amongst other shit, right? This tedious home life type, tedious family things, right? They don't need to be involved with other people. Two of us, no money, and managed to create at least 7 different policies. And we're not even the Democrats or Republicans, really third party independents. It make sense with a whole other person that we would like to see as president, considering everybody kissing, knocking boots, and holding hands, and sharing kisses under Democrat moons and shit. I mean, come on now. Like, you're talking about two people created all this policy for fucking black people here in our city that don't pay us no motherfucking mind. Two, and one of them's like sick and then also going through a serious situation personally, but I don't want to talk about it with you. You know what I mean? But I want to talk about it with my family, which means my village and him. You know what I mean? That's it. Because according to what happened to me today, I don't want to talk about it at all. Especially I want to talk about it with them folks. So, I say, how the fuck did this happen? She a whole vice president with millions and millions of fundraising dollars. We got nothing, like absolutely nothing. I'm asking for donations so I can buy me some rubber tubs, so I could, get this house together, so I could kind of like, get my workspace cracking off again. Just because just because the motherfucker got sick doesn't mean the motherfucker has to stay sick. The motherfucker got to work. You know what I mean? And we got this to push. We're two fucking people, cuz one person technically, one person outside, one person inside. No bread, 8 policies. What the fuck is going on here? It don't make no sense. So yeah, no, I don't understand how she can't create no policy. She don't want to, and we're letting her slide on it. How many days have we been on policy watch? That's then you got old Trumpy pants fucking up majorly. Like, I think I heard you open up the show talking about he may go to jail or some crazy shit. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And so I might have missed it, but I hope I didn't, because I was like,
no, I haven't missed it yet. But we are about to go on a dump. So
yeah,
yes, I'm trying. So the next video is: Are we afraid Trump will lose, or the dump as in human shit? And we want to make that perfectly clear.
Real quick, just to
Go
answer
ahead and
that
hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell
we were
icon.
hoping for the duopoly to collapse. We started off like 2 years ago praying that the duopoly burned in hell all the way to the ground, and we had to start over.
4 years ago.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay.
You can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now the Sunday address.
How big is that marginal extra voter that she's bringing in? I mean, how much does that change the pool?
1%, maybe 2%. That's it. But that's enough.
Right.
A question that I've seen a lot, mostly from DNC plants, or to be truthful, from people who otherwise are well-meaning, is to ask me, am I worried that Trump's going to lose? See, people seem to take the idea that you say we shouldn't be voting for the Democrats without them offering us anything as advocacy for the Republicans. Now, that could not possibly be more wrong. Anyone who's listened to what I and others in the Black media have said should know two things. One, we're not advocating or being operatives for either political party, something that a lot of the trolls and the plants in the comments section can't say. Most of these people you see online posting messages telling you to vote, they're Democrat operatives, or in many cases, they're not even Black. But the second thing you ought to know by now is we're more interested in what our people are doing than we are in what the major parties are doing. That's important because although we don't get any white media coverage, what we do matters, and what we do will actually bring about the changes. But first, we have to resolve to change what we're doing, and then stay the course afterwards. Brother Khalid Muhammad told you that the power structure is already taken into account, that occasionally you're going to get upset or even riot or rebel, but that you will also calm down afterwards. Or as Dr. King said, white society concluded that occasionally the Negro has to let off some steam. But in the end, we always keep going back to the status quo ante, and that's what so many Negroes refuse to stop doing. There is no law or universal rule that says that the Black man and Black woman must continue to exist. We live in a world of competition, one dominated by anti-Black racists. If we want to keep from going extinct as a people, then sooner or later we have to start exercising some political literacy. If we don't prove that we're willing to inflict consequences for defying us or for ignoring our interests, then why should anyone listen to us? Notice my wording. I say willing. Even without Black voters costing someone an election outright, if we show that as a group we are unified and bowing out of a process that hasn't offered us anything, that in and of itself will get noticed. Even career Democrat operatives like James Carville, among others, have pointed out that the Black voter turnout has been trending downward since Obama's second term. That's over a decade now. Keep in mind, Democrats won 3 of the last 5 elections, and yet Democratic strategists are concerned about what Black voters have been doing. That's because those Democrat strategists know the only reason they're even able to win elections at all is us. What they don't know is whether enough Black people have realized this yet, and if we'll show enough political maturity to capitalize on it. That's why we should sit out these elections. I don't give a rip whether Trump wins or loses. For those of you who asked that question, that's the short answer. I don't care. I only care about us enhancing our own position. And you can't do that if you're silly enough to go along with the get along. If Kamala Harris wins, that will not change what we do any more than if the orange man wins. But what would change with a Kamala defeat is the political calculus. No matter what alleged cause the white left tries to attribute a Kamala defeat to, they'll know what the real reason was. The only way Kamala Harris can win is the same way Biden won and the same way Obama won, because Black voters turned out in numbers. But the problem is that we're not charging anything for our vote, and that's why everybody else is able to leapfrog us. These people you see pretending to be scared of Trump winning, what they're really scared of is having the disapproval of these white Democrats that they answer to. It's just like Black conservatives. They claim to be fearless because they mouth off at Black people, the most powerless people in the society. You're a coward for that. Tell those Black conservatives to challenge white society on its racism. Tell them to confront their GOP pals on all the anti-Black racism that they push. They won't do that, and neither will these Democratic shills and plants you see in my comments. To claim that Trump's defeat would be good for democracy, that's more of the thoughts and happy feelings crap. Black people have never enjoyed democracy for a split second in this country. Far as we're concerned, we're still waiting for democracy to come to America. Kamala, your sister girl, wouldn't dare say that. And my common sense won't let me support someone who refuses to acknowledge the realities of my life. All right, so I hope that answers the question of whether I'm scared of Trump losing. In short, hell no, because disciplining the Black vote isn't about defeating Trump or defeating Kamala Harris. It's about demanding that we get what we're supposed to have. If Trump wins, that's going to be on the Democrats, not us. Now, let's talk about the polls. You can't separate the outcome of the election from the progression of it. So here's my take on the current state of the campaign. Keep in mind that, as the white media pollsters like to say, this is based on the current snapshot of how things stand right now. Will Donald Trump be defeated in November? The answer is a definite maybe. Here's why. First of all, we've been hearing all about Kamala Harris's poll numbers. We haven't heard anything about Trump's. His favorability rating is actually higher now than it was in August of 2020 and far higher than it was in August of 2016. A little factoid that nobody really mentions, and that being the case, while it's not conclusive, it's definitely indicative that the polls are off significantly yet again. The only reason his higher favorability in 2020 failed to keep him in the White House is because he spent 4 years antagonizing Black voters until Black folks finally mobilized and put him out. I know I said this years ago in my analysis of the 2020 election, but it bears noting, if Trump had run against anyone other than Hillary Clinton in 2016, he would have lost the election. Now, there's some things that need to be reiterated about Hillary Clinton. First of all, she was a candidate of the establishment, especially the establishment media. She may have made their hearts go pitter-pat, but she didn't do it for anybody else. She ran a geographically undesirable campaign. She actually went back 20-some-odd years to a 20th century playbook for the Democrats, which is, let's be the party of the coast. We'll pick up the cities on the West Coast, Seattle, Los Angeles, San Francisco, pick up the cities on the East Coast, New York, Boston, like that, DC, and then hopefully we'll score a couple of lucky accidental victories somewhere in flyover country and win. That's what the Democrats did throughout the 20th century. That was good enough for the 20th century, but it wasn't good enough for the 21st. Secondly, she broke faith with her own base, and you don't get to come back from that one. Hillary and Bill ingratiated themselves with the establishment, but the truth of the matter was, after the Clinton years, there was nowhere for their dynasty to go. Likewise, if Joe Biden had run against anyone other than Donald Trump in 2020, and even then he was only able to beat Trump because COVID weakened the economy and sent things into chaos, if that hadn't been the case, Biden would have lost. Just look at what happened this time around. Biden was running against Trump after the Orange Man had staged a coup, and Biden was the one losing badly. Biden is old, and though Trump doesn't have dementia, at least not the variety Biden has, the reality is Trump is also old as hell too. This is the last gasp of the baby boomers. But I think that one of Trump's greatest liabilities is that his greatest strength has become his greatest weakness. Donald Trump is an entertainer. That's why he doesn't even try to be substantive. He puts on a show. And while it was edgy, daring, and transgressive the first time around, the problem is that people have already seen the Trump show season 1, and there's serious question marks as to whether people really want to see season 2 of the same show, especially when it's become obvious that he has no new material. Trump's peddling the same lines as he did in 2015. His own brand of Reaganomics promises to do, well, something about the border, and of course, a huge helping of phony white grievance. People remember when he was president that he did very little about the border, though to be fair, the economy was perceived to be good during his term. Inflation was certainly lower. Problem is, Trump hasn't been running primarily on the economy this time around, and his overemphasis on portraying white people as victims may please his base, but it's not motivating anyone else. And if he's going to prevent the media narrative from taking hold, he's got to start motivating people other than his base to the polls. His base simply isn't enough for him to win. He needs to get other people to vote for him, or he needs those non-MAGA voters to stay home. Right now, he doesn't seem to be on track to get either of those outcomes. Trump still thinks his offensive rhetoric is fresh and shocking, but he's like an old dirty comedian who's still doing the same stale routine he did 20 years ago, not realizing people have been bored with it for years now. It's not so much that people are opposed to Trump. Everyone knows what they're getting with Trump. The problem seems to be that people are apathetic about him. Everything he's saying they've seen and heard before. He's doing something far worse than offending the voters. He's boring them. Hard as it is to believe, Trump has become the one thing no entertainer can afford to be: irrelevant. 8 years ago, he at least gave minor, admittedly insincere lip service to a part of the base that the Democrats had ignored, Black voters, and also to unions. The problem was, this time around, he's not even doing that much. If the polls are correct, and that's a big if his momentum has indeed stalled, then the main culprit is what I said years ago. He's not up against Hillary Clinton this time, nor is he up against a lackluster and senile old codger like Biden. Kamala Harris is no political rock star, no matter how the white media tries to hype her up. But the truth is, neither is Trump. If he ever was, he dang sure ain't one now. Donald Trump was a political disruptor for the Republican Party during one election cycle. And in the vacuum created by Hillary's candidacy, that was enough. But it's not 2016 anymore. It seems Trump didn't get the memo, and he never truly wanted to accept the real reason that he actually won the election in 2016. He wants to believe that it was his irresistible charisma and that people were so impressed by him, but in actuality, the Democrats' benign neglect finally bit them in the behinds. When Trump ran in 2016, he seized on that fact when he would openly tell Black voters, "What have you got to lose?" Now, let's be honest. No Black person, not even these pretend Black conservatives, actually thought that Donald Trump was going to do anything for Black voters. Like the Democrats, he didn't actually say what he would do, and no, his platinum plan doesn't count. I did a video on this very channel debunking it, so don't try it. But his pathetic pretend lip service to Black people drew a sharp contrast to Hillary Clinton's refusal to go to Black voters at all. And then there was her super predator remarks and her talk about hard-working white voters. Black people saw Trump's lunk-headed, clumsy outreach and felt that this pathetic gesture was more than Hillary Clinton and the Democrats were doing, and sad to say, they were right. And while it didn't get him any Black votes, it did the next best thing. It made Black voters decide that it was just too much trouble to vote for a woman who clearly didn't want to offer Black people anything at all. Hillary created a political vacuum, and Trump filled it, however awkwardly. Problem is, Trump thought that this meant Black people liked him and that he had the luxury of spitting in our faces. He was wrong on both counts. The GOP bet all its chips on being the white man's party, but as Lindsey Graham said, the Republicans simply aren't generating enough angry white males to win office. All their performative extremism of the last few years has only served to mobilize an ever-shrinking, ever more irrelevant swath of racist malcontents. Yes, Democrats have done nothing to attract voters, but Republicans have openly and actively driven voters away. This is where the joke comes from that Fox News is the 65 to dead demo. Their base is literally dying. The electorate has been trending away from the GOP for generations now, but rather than becoming the party of solving the voters' issues, instead the GOP has opted to be the party of white nostalgia and phony grievance. As a result, young voters don't vote for them. The American population is becoming less religious and more secular, so the power of the religious right is fading. Even white suburban voters have become gradually disenchanted with supporting the corporate class, so making arguments to protect the plutocracy is failing. When people can't get ahead and they can see that their opportunities are being wholesale given to the richest people in the country, you sound stupid telling them to keep taxes for the rich low. The Republicans' obsession with culture war has been nothing more than a clumsy smokescreen meant to distract voters from the economic issues caused by the donor class's refusal to stop doing the things that destroyed the American dream in the first place. Elections are ultimately about economic issues, and in this climate where inflation is rampant, housing prices are only going up, jobs are a joke, and nobody's actually saying what they're going to do about it, no one really wants to hear more phony white outrage about DEI. That works for the racist rubes on the internet, but it won't win a single election. Don't believe it? Ask Ron DeSantis how well beating the drum of DEI did for him. He single-handedly put that phrase into the media cycle, and he didn't win even one election doing that. Whining about history books and non-existent white victimhood doesn't pay the bills, and if you care about white children's feelings, why don't you care that they can't buy a house or even support themselves? Critical race theory isn't the reason that white youth can't buy a house or find a job that's worthwhile. It's white corporations like BlackRock and Airbnb who made home ownership impossible, and it's all the other white corporations who have made a good job into an oxymoron. And these white voters know it, so yeah, they'll cheer for stupidity like the Stop Woke Act, but that's only a momentary sugar rush. Inevitably, they have to return to their own empty, depressing lives. And they see that these political insults to Black people aren't making their lives any better. And their would-be culture warrior heroes have done nothing to change this. Another example of how Trump's campaign may indeed be taking on water is tone deafness. Recently, Trump decided to do a Twitter sit-down with Elon Musk. Gee, the last politician who thought that he would win an election on Twitter was Ron DeSantis. Anyone remember how that Twitter live stream went? I'm serious. Does anyone remember? Because I sure can't. Legend has it they're still trying to work out the technical difficulties on that one. Trump seems to have forgotten that while Twitter was key to getting out the message, that was mostly while he was just a candidate. As a former president, the people who know who he is and what he allegedly stands for already know where to find him. Trump needs to be on the road, not on the internet. But just like DeSantis, he likes the internet because he gets the sugar rush of all the online bigots concentrating in one place, praising him and telling him his wrinkled racist behind smells like roses. DeSantis did the same thing, taking refuge online because he couldn't deal with the real world, which had rejected him. DeSantis has been in a political bubble and didn't want to come out. As a result, he ran so far to the right he fell off a cliff. Whether Trump realizes it or not, he's duplicating much of DeSantis's playbook, and he'll get the same results if he doesn't stop. And speaking of people who are scared of rejection, Kamala Harris is also in hiding, just like Biden was. It's obvious that the entire strategy of Kamala and her handlers is to stall for time. I can't do any press conferences with the media until after the election, she says, by which time it'll be September. And then she'll claim she's too busy to do a press conference or anything then because she's campaigning. As they see it, all they have to do is make it through the next 60 days. If they can just avoid the cameras for 2 months, they'll have a real shot at holding the White House. That's where this phony wave of fake white media hype comes in. Kamala's success, quote unquote, with the voters is almost entirely a white media mirage. Kamala herself has been in hiding in a basement. Everyone knows that when she talks, she makes a fool of herself, so the strategy is don't let her talk. Trump should be turning her refusal to come outside into a weakness. Make it excruciatingly clear she's afraid to face the public or the media, and she's too timid to be president as a result. But he can only do that if he fills the vacuum left by her absence, and he can't do that on Twitter. And what did Trump and Musk talk about, by the way? Nothing of substance, that's for sure. Nobody's talking about his Twitter interview, so how much good did it actually do him? And this gets to another part of why Trump's campaign may indeed have stalled out. He spends way too much time talking about his own problems and not his voters. Here's why he does that. Trump's strategy has been to lean heavy into presenting himself as an avatar for angry white males. He's the white guy who's going to say out loud every bigoted, contemptible thing he can, which gets him a pat on the back and a few attaboys. And for someone as emotionally vapid as Trump, that becomes a vicious cycle. And since that's his identity, he figured when he's venting his own personal petty grievances that this will translate to white males across the board and that they will see themselves in him, no matter how irrelevant his gripe of the moment may be. That's why he keeps talking about how he's their revenge and he's their retribution. He doesn't talk about policy. Instead, he's decided to repeat the Christopher Rufo strategy of trying to drive the left crazy by saying and doing all kinds of absurdly racist stuff. It's all psychological masturbation. It may feel good in the moment, but it accomplishes nothing. Now, as a narcissist, Trump always wants to talk about himself, and he may feel that because angry white males identify with him, this is self-reinforcing. But it doesn't seem to be, at least not as much as he needs. He's stopped talking so much about things that might matter to his base, and instead he's just going on and on about his own problems. I guess without Steve Bannon to hold his hand, Trump is having trouble staying on message. Trump seems to have forgotten. It took a perfect political storm to sweep him into office in 2016, a derelict Republican political establishment that had lost the support of their base, and a Democrat establishment who had also done the same. 8 years ago, he had the good fortune of running during a time when the landscape was littered with a whole bunch of pathetic candidates who only reassured the voters that a huge political earthquake was more than necessary, and also a pundit class who were so busy huffing their own farts they didn't realize how wrong they were and how out of touch they were with the public. But no storm lasts forever, not even a perfect one. And when the seas had finally calmed, rather than chart the right course, Trump instead went full steam ahead without realizing he was heading straight into an iceberg. Black voters stayed home in 2016. That and that alone is what handed Trump the presidency, and nothing else. And while Black voters are not champing at the bit to run out and vote for Kamala, the reality is they weren't excited about a second Obama term either, or a Biden presidency for that matter. But if enough Black voters in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Atlanta decide to turn out, well, Kamala doesn't need a huge groundswell of Black support. Just a moderate amount will be more than sufficient. That's why her handlers are keeping her in hiding, making sure she does a few appearances just to maintain a little bit of presence, and making doubly sure to always have a lot of Black people jumping and screaming behind her. Keep her on the teleprompter and away from any impromptu sessions. This election will be decided by a few percentage points no matter what happens, and it would be very easy for Kamala to botch things. Her support has not been from people who like her. Most of them don't know anything about her. It's mostly people reacting to the talk about Project 2025 and others who just don't want to see more of Trump's now stale, played-out antics. It's been decades since there was a presidential landslide election. Most presidential races for the last 30 years have been practically within the margin of error. That's why even now, with all the white media's pretend orgasms about how great Kamala's doing, not one of them is actually willing to say she's going to win. But this Sunday address isn't about Kamala's chances of winning. It's about Trump's. And his own political momentum is looking more like 2020 than 2016. Trump's going to need some new material if he's going to retake the White House. But at his age, can this old dog learn some new tricks? The problem for Trump isn't that Kamala Harris is some political juggernaut. Even her own supporters, if they're honest, will admit that's not true. Seriously, it says a lot that she's not 15 points ahead of this guy in the polls, considering that Hillary Clinton was at a minimum a consistent 10 percentage points ahead of Trump for practically all of her campaign. But that is up until she lost the election. We've been here before. Polls have been wrong, though they weren't wrong in 2020, but we all know why that was. The orange man in his infinite stupidity chose to awaken a sleeping giant, the black vote, and black voters were so tired of his racist rhetoric, they threw him out. He was counting on Democrats throwing away this election too by running another decrepit boomer loser candidate that would make the race into a level playing field for him. Simply by placing someone younger on the ballot, that seems to have had some marginal positive impact for Democrats by giving a contrast of the old and the new, even if the candidate herself is sorely lacking. And there's a long-standing history of this among the Democrats: John Kennedy, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama. Democrats seem to have figured out decades ago that old ideas can seem to be fresh and new if presented by a younger person. Trump's biggest problem is that a lot of people are simply turned off by yet another gray-headed boomer, yet another old man with old ideas and even older rhetoric. He sounds like Archie Bunker, and while that was at least edgy and daring when he first did it 8 years ago, now it's stale. He seems like he's literally getting his talking points from reruns of All in the Family. This country is a gerontocracy. That means the rule of the oldest. Now, I'm a Gen Xer, and it's typical for the younger generation to blame things on their immediate predecessors. But you know that I don't do that because I'm a student of history. The boomers are the most selfish, least responsible generation in the history of the world. Not all, but most. They created most of the problems that we're having to contend with. They also wrecked this country to a large degree, and in catering to them for so long, America has crippled itself. For 30 years, the boomers have held the presidency, and what's been the result? Have things gotten markedly better or undeniably worse? And here you have more boomers, one foot in the grave, demanding at this late date that they still be in charge. People have talked about the great generational wealth transfer that was supposed to have happened as the boomers die off, but that's been more sizzle than steak. Why? Because while it's true the country has invested a lot in the baby boomers and given them everything, it's also true that the boomers squandered it. Least responsible generation, remember? A lot of the boomers are dying in debt, their homes repossessed in their old age, their savings depleted because they were as careless with their money and life as they were with their children's futures. The elderly in America grew old, but they never grew up. And we see this trend magnified many times over in politics. Biden isn't the only political fossil who needs to resign decades ago. Mitch McConnell was going catatonic live on air. The country understands that a huge part of the problems it faces is that these old politicians haven't done anything other than build their own political machines, whose sole purpose was to keep them in office. The foreign policy messes we have, like Israel, are the result of these old codgers. The young people you see protesting on college campuses, these Gen Zers, they're the children of Generation X. So at least on the issues of the Middle East, we can see what Gen Xers might think and how radically different it is from our parents. So the political generation gap is real. And to be fair, I've seen a few people mentioning this fact, but understand something. When it comes to the cancerous impact of money on American politics, Kamala Harris is every bit as corrupt and antiquated in her thinking as a Joe Biden or a Nancy Pelosi. Hell, both Kamala Harris and Pelosi come from San Francisco. Both of them are inventions of the California political machine, and both of them have the exact same donors and have pledged to uphold the exact same failed policies too. There's no fool like an old fool, and the rich masters of America know that these aged dinosaurs are easily manipulated. We see so much of how technology has been used to rip the public off, but the politicians don't care because they're so old and they don't even use the technology to begin with. And even the ones who do, it's their political aides who actually operate their cell phones and their online social media accounts and what few pieces of modern tech they actually use. And the same corporations who attack us every minute of the day give special exemptions and special treatment to these boomer politicians. So they're never actually touched by these disastrous corporate policies. And this is why banning TikTok is what passes for Congress being informed about technology. But the reality is they were told to do so by AIPAC because the Israeli government doesn't like the fact that TikTok has become a place where you can post all of Israel's war crimes without being penalized. But that's not to say the rich masters of America have some special place in their hearts for the boomer puppets they wield, or that they can't do without them. They've been running America far longer than the boomers have. When Biden was a young man 50 years ago, it was those same icy political forces who seamlessly changed their support from the Strom Thurmonds and the Senator Easterlings and other segregationists to the young boomers like Biden who were running for office. And the Bidens of the world were only too eager to perpetuate and even reinforce the corrupt system that they lied to the voters and claimed that they were going to change. And how much of a change was there between the silent generation or the World War II generation and the boomers? None. That's because when it comes to politics, these people who run for office and get support of these big money donors, they're not in step with their own generation. You can't be and win high office because no generation wants to be ignored by the government that's supposed to be serving them. And yet for several decades now, that's exactly what we've seen. So I understand why there's a number of the people who want to support Kamala because they're hoping for a changing of the guard. I can understand that impulse, but remember, even a new guard is still defending the same old castle and the same old kings. About the only good thing, and I put good in quotes, that might come out of a Kamala victory is that for the first time in a long time, when it comes to running for office, America may become no country for old men. But that doesn't mean very much if the younger people are still representing the same old ideas. The one or two good things about a Kamala victory are psychological masturbation because this younger generation of candidates aren't actually promising to do anything, just like their predecessors didn't. Remember, the entire reason Obama was a rock star was because of his youth. He was noticeably younger than John McCain or Mitt Romney. Okay, and what did the younger, hip Obama do for Black people? He insulted us, he lectured us, he condescended to us, and when he wasn't doing that, he was just ignoring us. We have to stop looking for cosmetic differences and start looking for real change. Politicians are experts at using weasel words to make you think they're going to do things that they never actually promised to do. They use flowery prose and soaring rhetoric to trick you. But if you actually listen, you'll notice that there's no real promises being made. Instead, there's these big gaps where the promises are supposed to be. That's where the flowery prose and soaring rhetoric comes in. People are facing real problems, and they're so desperate to believe that this empty suit in front of them is going to address at least some of them. Rather than demand actual policies, they instead will allow their imaginations to take over and fill in all those blanks. Obama talks about empty phrases like prosperity. Trump talks about the forgotten man, meaning white primacy, and both their voters imagine that this means that these men are going to bring back the jobs that got sent overseas, or that they'll stop these investment firms from buying up entire neighborhoods. But neither of the candidates dares to say even a peep about those things because the plutocrats who exported the jobs and who bought up all the houses are the same ones who fund both major parties. Hell, even in Biden's case, he made specific promises and didn't fulfill a single one. So even if you do force the guy to go ahead and say he's going to do something for you, the chances are overwhelming he'll break his word shamelessly. And Kamala Harris is Biden's VP. She has to answer for his actions too because his failure is hers. She whines about Palestine, but doesn't say a word about Black people's plight in the U.S., which is far worse. No Black person in their right mind should support her without first confronting her about all of these broken promises that she and Biden made 4 years ago. She was neck deep in it right alongside him. And how she hasn't even acknowledged it in the last 4 years. How can we believe her current slate of promises when she failed to deliver on any of her old ones? These are common sense questions, but unfortunately, when it comes to the voters, common sense ain't so common. To call yourself voting for someone and lecturing the rest of us for not doing so when this person's done nothing but break their promises to us, that is off code as hell.
Mm-hmm.
So my current take on this political moment is that Trump isn't getting whipped by Kamala, and in all likelihood, the polls aren't as rosy for Kamala as the white media is making them out to be. But the problem for Trump is that this isn't 2016. The entire reason he won back then was because there was a massive political vacuum 8 years ago. That's not the case this time around. Sure, the vacuum is still there, but it's a smaller one now. He's not a political disruptor anymore. He is at best, I put best in quotes, a reformer. And when I say reformer, I mean that in the absolute loosest, most abstract sense of the term. Trump is not taking advantage of the things that could work in his favor. He's not attacking Kamala's weaknesses, nor is he trying to appeal to those centrists who feel that the last 4 years didn't do anything to benefit them. These were the strategies that he used 8 years ago, but he's abandoned them. When a campaign has failed, it doesn't seem all that obvious at first. The numbers seem to be tight and they seem to be holding, but as you get closer to election day, the gap widens until then on election day, you get the final results and it wasn't even close. That's how a campaign collapse actually happens. Slowly at first, and then all at once. The polls don't tell the story, but lack of clear direction from his campaign does. In 2016, they actually had a strategy. This time around, it's fly by the seat of your pants, apparently. And at the rate that these things are going, the only concession speech he'll be making in November will be when he surrenders himself to be arrested again. And there won't be any Capitol riot this time around. He won't have the bully pulpit of the presidency to draw throngs of racist rioters to D.C. He'll just be a twice defeated ex-president who just can't let go of the fact that America doesn't want him anymore. And while his angry white supporters will predictably complain that Kamala couldn't have beaten him, the reality is she should never have been able to. But in politics, the landscape is constantly in flux, constantly changing. It's the reason America could elect a biracial president twice in a row and then immediately afterwards elect a game show host who spouts angry white rhetoric and then throw him out of office after just 4 years because he continued to spout that same angry white rhetoric. The tectonic plates are in constant motion, but one thing that must remain the same is our total commitment to what we are owed and what we must have. See, that's what these Democrat and Republican shills, plants, and operatives will never understand. That's why they're always asking the same stupid question about our political stance, because to them it's incomprehensible. To them, politics is a binary equation. You have to vote for one candidate or the other, and you have an obligation to vote because, well, you want to work for them one day. That's their real motivation. But in the world of Black empowerment, politics are not a binary equation. It's a one-way street. For us, when someone comes along asking, but aren't you concerned that Trump's going to lose? We're not betting our chips on a Trump victory. Our goal is to reshape the landscape so that from now on, no matter who loses, we win. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: James Dinkins, Tracy Norton, Othniel Malcolm, Selena Williams, and Stephanie Roselle. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
You know that's funny. Just say, you know that's funny. Everything I said right there. Hilarious. I like the way he put it. I like the way he. Let me stop talking so loud. I lowered the volume so my brother could go to bed. Let's just keep it like this. I hope you can hear me. I like the way he put it. I mean, do no policy during, like, before the DNC is a really bad look. And everything that was being said at the DNC, nothing addressed policy, nothing addressed Black people. Everything's all inclusive. I'm surprised nobody started getting mad and throwing shit, because you can see Black people were kind of like standing up hungry for hoping for reparations or something in that direction. And nothing happened. I don't like the fact that Bernie Sanders spoke. I didn't get to really. I missed. I blew my hip out earlier. Yeah, way early in the morning, and so it was. The way I was facing was like the walls. I didn't get to see the Obama. Oh, it don't really make a difference to me, really, what they were talking about, because it took them forever to get behind that shit. I guess we gotta keep it honest. Like, first the fog, and then the motherfucking, it's like Democratic backsliding. It's weird. It's all weird. Trump. They both, it's like they have whole teams, dude, and no damage control. So that's just weird to be like, who's managing these people? I mean, even with like two regular non-nobodies, right? So one of us, or if not both of us, have to take turns on, micromanaging each other's words, right? It's common like couple type shit, right? But just in general, like sometimes we go to events, we have to have a game plan before we even go. Real shit, right, Jesse? Like, are you there? Did you fall asleep on me? Because Jesse.
I'm here, Lady K. It's just yapping. I'm trying to get to the next topic.
Yeah, I know. But isn't it true though? Sometimes I'm actually staying on top. That we gotta have a game plan before we would go to events.
Yes.
Right. So there's no micromanaging of these people. Like Trump just doing whatever the fuck you want to do, saying whatever you want to do. She shouldn't be allowed to talk because she's weird. Super awkward around men.
Mm-hmm.
And why like Doug spoke, I guess it's a good thing. I don't know, man. It just seems like there's no team effort to like whip either party into shape. Especially when they fuck up on camera, you know what I mean? Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah,
over there too. Just so you know.
Oh my god. Alright, well, moving along.
Just say it was fun, Jesse.
Moving along. Lady K want to have this off-air conversation on the air. I just don't understand what she does that. Okay.
Are they funny or they're not funny?
We got the jump to be sentenced September 18th to 1 year at Rikers Island.
Yeah. She's just mad because I'm being funny right now. How come you got no commercials?
What's up, YouTube?
This is
True Raw.
How's that possible?
TV.
How's that possible?
I actually was going to take the day off as far as uploading, look for things to talk about tomorrow. Things to upload tomorrow for the Patreon. And I saw this. And initially I was going to talk about it because I didn't believe it. I thought this was just one of those conspiracy theory far-right kooks. Even though he is on Fox News, that doesn't mean that he's still not a far-right, right-wing conspiracy theorist. So I did a little bit reading, and there may be something to this one. There may definitely be something to this. So let me get to this. So a man named Andrew McCarthy, who is a senior fellow at the National Review Institute and a former assistant U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York. So he has ties to that system in New York. He's a Fox News contributor. He wrote a column yesterday saying that Donald Trump will be sentenced to prison in September. Now, if this news has been leaked, which it shouldn't have been, that has to be. Like I said, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a constitutional scholar, but if there is truth to this has to violate all types of legal laws for things like this to be leaked out. Okay, so let me just go further into this. Donald Trump will be ordered to serve time in prison when he is sentenced for falsifying business records in September, a Fox News columnist has said. Andrew McCarthy said Trump will not actually be incarcerated even if he is handed a custodial sentence on September 18th, as the former president will likely get bail pending appeal. Instead, McCarthy said that Judge Juan Merchan, who oversaw the hush money trial and will hand down Trump's sentence next month, will be helping Vice President Kamala Harris and the, quote, media Democratic complex to label Trump a convicted felon sentenced to prison just weeks before Election Day in November. Trump became the first U.S. president to be convicted of a crime after a New York jury found him guilty of 34 felony falsifying business record counts in May. He had denied all charges and said that he was a victim of political persecution. He is likely to appeal. The sentencing date was previously set for July 11th, but was delayed until September 18th as Merchan considers whether the Supreme Court is ruling granting Trump some presidential immunity for official acts committed in office affects the hush money case. Writing for Fox News, McCarthy suggested, quote, if we may read the tea leaves, that Merchan will likely deny the immunity appeal from Trump's legal team. Okay, so this would imply that New York's prosecution, their motivation is not justice, but politics. I mean, that makes sense because registered Democrats outnumber Republicans, 2-1 in New York State, and in New York City is more like 3 or 4-1. So a good deal of reason would say that the vast majority of people working on this case probably would rather have Harris in that White House than Trump. Not to mention the fact that they may have developed some visceral disdain for Trump just in being in close proximity to this guy. So look, I really was still kind of a little hesitant to talk about this, but then I saw this. This was from back in May. Eric Adams says RIKERS, staffed by professionals, is ready for Trump. The judge in Donald Trump's criminal case has threatened him with jail if he continues violating the terms of a gag order. The day after the judge presiding over Donald Trump's trial said he would consider jailing the former president should he continue to violate court orders, Mayor Eric Adams said the city's lockups stand ready. Quote, our amazing commissioner, she is prepared for whatever comes on Rikers Island, said the mayor at an unrelated news conference, apparently referring to Lynette McGinley-Liddy, the commissioner of the Department of Correction. I'm pretty sure she would be prepared to manage and deal with the situation. So there is the mechanism in place to at least house the former president in case that became a thing, right? But then I still was like, I don't know, man. But then I started doing some reading, some more reading, and I saw other various YouTubers and other news sites speaking on it. Okay. I saw this from CBS News. Trump seeks to delay sentencing in hush money case until after the election. Attorneys for former President Donald Trump asked the judge overseeing his criminal case in New York to delay his sentencing until after the presidential election in November, arguing that a delay is necessary to resolve ongoing legal challenges to his conviction. In a letter to Justice Juan Merchan, the judge overseeing the case, Trump attorneys Todd Blanche and Emil Bove noted that the current sentencing date of September 18th would come after early voting had already begun. Sentencing is currently scheduled to occur after the commencement of early voting in the presidential election, Blanche and Bove wrote. By adjourning the sentencing until after the election, the court would reduce, even if not eliminate, issues regarding the integrity of any future proceedings. Now, the thing about this is, if Trump knew that the odds of him actually being sentenced to anything were pretty much nil, where, you know, he knew that this is much ado about nothing, he wouldn't be so hesitant or so adamant, about having the sentencing pushed until after the election. Yeah. Because he knows if he gets elected, well, then this pretty much renders everything null and void, because pretty much the Constitution, for the most part, pretty much protects the president from criminal prosecution. An ex-president or a civilian, as Trump is right now, not so much. So maybe Trump knows something Maybe he does know that he's at risk of going to jail, or at least being sentenced to jail, not going to jail, but sentenced to jail. So he's, this is probably why, in addition to the shooting, why Trump has been so frazzled. The media hate. Look, I'm not out here defending him. Okay, I'm not trying to defend him. I'm trying to look at this from a rational, detached manner, and I think that people don't seem to understand this.
Right.
People, when I'm discussing these videos, I'm talking for the most part, unless it's something that really bothers me, like, kitty diddlers or some just despicable act. We've gotten used to being Trump, how Trump is. We know that he's a piece of shit, okay? But then again, we've had a lot of people be pieces of shit that have been president, and some of them been great presidents. Lyndon Johnson was a piece of shit. Andrew Johnson was a piece of shit. Jackson was a piece of shit. Warren G. Harding was a serial philanderer. Most presidents cheat on their wives. Okay, that don't mean that they couldn't do the job. So that's why, look, is Trump a good person? Fuck no, he's not. Does he deserve to be in jail? I mean, you can make the argument he does, yeah. But that still doesn't excuse the fact that the Democrats, if this is true, they're playing politics. They're playing politics. The thing that I don't like about the Democrats is they try to pretend like they have the moral superiority over Republicans, but in reality, they're just as dirty, if not dirtier now, than the Republicans. Republicans used to be the party that was real dirty, but Democrats have gotten even dirtier. I just don't like when people pretend like they're fighting some moral fight as if they don't have some partisan agenda behind it. You know what I'm saying? Of course, if this is true, September 18th will be 1 week after the debate, right? So this would start from, let's say, after the debate until election day. This would dominate social media. If this is true, this would dominate social media. This would dominate the political blogosphere and the blogosphere in general. If Trump was sentenced to jail. Because look, I don't think he's going to go to jail. I think they're going to appeal it. But if this guy did any time behind jail, my goodness, man, like what they're trying to do is ruin this dude. They're trying to ruin him, right? They're trying to basically make him have to go back and forth to court, get him entangled in legal affairs, which would derail him campaigning, and basically paint him as a felon, which they think will swing the election to Kamala. But there's a problem with this. This is their strategy. This is what they're doing. The problem with this is Donald Trump supporters who are already fervently behind him, all you're going to do is then turn him into a martyr. If you do this, you run the risk of turning him into a martyr. In particular, if he actually does wind up behind a jail cell, which, by the way, is not illegal. When I say not illegal, you can run for president in jail. Eugene Debs did that in 1920. He ran for president of the socialist ticket. He was actually in prison. And I think he got something around 3% of the vote, I think it was, and almost 1 million votes in 1920. But anyway, you run the risk of mobilizing his base if you do this. They already are like a cult behind this man. Then they're going to become an army. They're going to be an army going out there voting on election day. And they're probably going to start early voting, which I think some of them are doing more now. You don't hear as much fuss about early voting because more of them are doing that now. Also, I think you run the risk of people who are sort of on the fence and are sort of apathetic anyway, you run the risk of some people saying, you know what, screw the hell of both these candidates. You know, screw Kamala, screw Trump. I'm gonna sit this one out. And these could have been potentially people who were thinking about voting for Kamala, or you could have had independent voters who were leaning toward Trump, feeling sympathetic toward him because they think that you're playing politics with this legal situation, and they might just go out there and vote for him. You don't know, I mean, you just don't know how this is going to ride. I'm gonna say this too. There's always been this little talk about some big event having an effect on the election this fall. I'm wondering this might be what might be down the road. You know what I'm saying? I wonder if this is what people have been talking about, what people been chirping about. Like I said before, man, I'm not a supporter of either one of these candidates, but I don't like if this is what they're doing, because I know if this is true, I know that they're playing politics with this shit. They're playing politics. They're trying to rig the game to get Kamala in there. And I don't fuck with that. Let me tell you another thing the Democrats are doing that I don't like. They're trying to keep the Green Party candidate, who was Jill Stein this time. They're trying to keep her off the ballot in certain states, in particular swing states. Wisconsin, the Democratic Party in Wisconsin is trying to keep the Green Party off the ballot. Ostensibly because of, well, they lack representation in the government and in the public, in the government of Wisconsin and in elected officials in Wisconsin. Well, they only got 1% of the vote in the midterms and they don't have representation, so why should they be on the ballot? Okay, maybe it's because the only reason you really have an issue with the Green Party is because you know that the vast majority of the Green Party votes are going to come from the Democratic side, the left side. So you're trying to monopolize as many votes as possible so that Kamala wins Wisconsin. Because it's funny, the same Democratic-leaning media were pushing Lynn Cheney to run as an independent this time because they knew that she would most likely take votes away from Trump rather than, at the time, Biden. See what I'm saying? They pick and choose when they want to endorse a third-party candidate. They think their candidate's going to hurt the Republicans.
Yeah, man.
I'm not trying to take sides, but I just don't like the bullshit going on.
My brother told me today, I got to do my own research. Don't quote me on it.
I don't know if this is true or not, man.
Said,
but they do this might be a bridge too far, in my opinion.
He over there shopping around his resume to both parties.
Like I said, I do believe that
Donald Trump is
a piece of shit.
Don't quote me on it, family.
But if you're really going to start locking up people because of foul deeds, then where is the Me Too movement? Where's the legal movement against Bill Clinton? You know what I'm saying? Wasn't he on the Ledger 36 times for Epstein? And by the way, why the media talk about that black book? What happened to this black book? Right. What happened to it, y'all?
You're right, man.
Just disappeared, huh? Maybe because some of the people in the media are the main ones on in the goddamn book. Man, that's all I got to say about what you guys think.
Yeah, I think you're right. Family and fellow soldiers.
Okay, what are your thoughts on the jump going to trial, going to court on the 18th?
I mean, that's a dream. You want him to go to jail. At least, like any other motherfucker get one felony and is in jail. Like third man, he's doing the most. The fact that everybody keeps it's like he's not we keep saying he's not above the law, but it's sure fuck looking like it is. You know what I mean? If there's no real punishment being held. So they even exploring RIKERS and having a place for RIKERS Island, the most dangerous penitentiary ever.
Drastically changed who's in there.
Yeah, they got a little spot just ready for his punk ass. I mean, just kind of funny in itself. Just the fact that somebody even said that we looked into it. It's great. You know what I mean? Like that right there should have him shaking his boots. And again, to my brother over here, we have these wild hot chats over here when you're not around. But my brother's telling me something like he has to win he says that like Don't quote me. You know, like you said, these are just like little the shit we throw around the crib with just not around. Said he has to win the election, or else he is going to jail because he owes all kind of money. Not to mention, you and I both know you can't be using campaign finances to fight court cases.
Right.
That's major crime.
Yep.
He's doing it right in our face.
Yep.
And he can't be getting the old slap on the wrist and shit. Not when he's doing the most. That's right, Mac. Me too. You did. I'm whispering because my brother's sleeping in the other room, and I got the door open for the circulation to roll around. But like real shit, he needs to win. My brother said he needs to win, or else he's going to jail. Right? He's going to jail because he owes so much money. Campaign fraud is a major motherfucking thing, cause at the presidential level, you gotta be going to jail for that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Asset forfeiture, 36 felonies, I know, dirty raunchy porn star shit. But it's like, I mean, there's no but. It's gritty. That's gritty shit. That's dirty business.
Yeah. So we'll keep y'all updated.
Yeah.
Moving along. We got Killer Susan Lorincz found guilty. Great news. So Professor Black Truth's going to give us the update on this. What's happening live?
I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. Susan Lorincz has been engaged in what was clearly an escalating series of confrontations with her black neighbor, Ajiki Owens, and her children. Lorincz previously screamed racial slurs at the kids. Ultimately, this pattern of unanswered threats and hostility would culminate in a murder. On June 2nd, 2023, Lorincz shouted at Owens' children and threw an umbrella and roller skates at them, according to the authorities. When Ms. Owens heard about what Lorincz had done to her children, she went to the woman's apartment complex, the authorities said, to confront her. And why not? The authorities had already shown that after numerous reports, they weren't going to be doing anything. Yeah. Now, at this point, Lorincz was inside of her apartment when Ms. Owens knocked on her door. Lorincz got her gun and began firing bullets through the door. Ms. Owens wasn't armed. She never even attempted to open the door, never tried to kick it down, nothing. She merely knocked on the door, and this cowardly creature murdered her in cold blood. Now, why would she do that? Obviously, Lorincz was expecting that the white supremacists in Florida were going to get on code. Hey, if George Zimmerman could get away with an act of cold-blooded murder, killing a black child, why shouldn't she do it? Except it's not 2013 anymore. Lorincz said that she had repeatedly complained about the children, but she also admitted to using racial slurs towards these kids before the murder. Despite this confession, the prosecutors refused to pursue this as a hate crime. The charge brought against her was a paltry, inefficient manslaughter. The family demanded that the appropriate charge of murder be applied, but when the prosecutor was asked why he refused to bring the murder charges, he lied through his teeth and said there wasn't enough evidence to prove that Miss Lorincz was in a depraved state of mind at the time of the killing, defined as having hatred, spite, ill will, or evil intent toward the victim, and he said that he would not allow any decision to be influenced by public sentiment. Now, his very wording contradicts itself. Yep. He knew that he actually admitted what the law defined as a depraved state, having hatred, spite, ill will, or evil intent. That defined this racist hate killer to a T, and he knew it. In his pathetic attempt to try to explain away why he ignored the law, he actually wound up admitting that this Lorincz animal fit the legal definition of murder perfectly. So since he couldn't deny it, he instead boldly declared that he wasn't going to be influenced by public opinion. Well, clearly he's not influenced by the law either. Now, look at what he said. He wouldn't be influenced by public sentiment. So what he's really saying is the public recognizes this is murder, but I don't want to see her brought up on murder charges, so I'm going to ignore the law and try to claim that it's standing on principle. He knew that he could get a conviction for a murder charge, but he substituted his own biases and prejudices in place of the law, and he knew that he was wrong. That's why he admitted that he was going against the public. He admitted that he didn't bring murder charges, not because he didn't think that it would get a conviction, but because he personally didn't want her charged with murder. He's as guilty as she is. This is what these prosecutors do all the time. As they see it, it's their job to make sure that the law only gets enforced when it should be. because trash like this Gladson character are the same ones who will railroad innocent black people into prison, put trumped-up charges on them, hide evidence, suborn perjury, the whole nine. And when you have innocent people sitting in prison for decades, if not a lifetime, these same prosecutors like Gladson never talk about how there wasn't enough evidence to prove that they did thus and so. And they certainly don't talk about how they won't be influenced by public opinion either. See, in those cases where they railroad black people, they brag about how the public cried out for justice. Kamala Harris loves to make up fairy tales about how allegedly black people in Oakland would seek her out whenever some family member was hurt or killed. They would say, "Where's Kamala?" Whatever. And the same goes here. When they're railroading innocent black people, clowns like this Gladson creep will say, "Well, a jury of their peers convicted them, so the charge must have been right." See, under those circumstances, they don't talk about how they didn't think that the stiffest charges would hold up. The only time these people ever mention public opinion is if it's something they agree with. The only time they ever talk about how they don't think charges would hold up in court is if it's something they personally disagree with. As the old saying goes, a grand jury can indict a ham sandwich. But I would add to that, a jury chosen by the prosecutor can convict a ham sandwich. The problem for the prosecutor is the same as it was for the murderers of Ahmaud Arbery. These red state legislatures spent decades making the laws as tough as possible with the intention that these draconian legal standards would only be applied to black people. These laws were never supposed to be applied to white offenders, certainly not as stringent as they've become. So when a white person is charged, especially after they harmed a black person, these prosecutors immediately begin lowballing the charges because they know that if they apply the correct charge, then these white defendants won't be getting out of prison for a long time, if ever. Now, in the case of Susan Lorincz, the jury was all white, but even so, it took them 2 hours to come to a guilty verdict. Lorincz has pathetically tried to use the "I was afraid for my life" canard, but even this all-white jury wasn't buying it. She figured being a white woman, surely they would get on code for her, but they didn't. Maybe the judge will when it comes time to sentence next month, but the jury didn't. Kim Potter and Amber Geiger found out the same lesson. Crying tears doesn't work. Making phony claims that you feared for your life, that doesn't work anymore. And I know people are going to point out that Miss Owens may not necessarily be an FBA, but do you think that this racist Lorincz cared about that? This went down in Ron DeSantis' Florida, and it happened because of the social climate of phony white grievance that he pushes and the open calls for anti-black violence that he promotes. He made it loud and clear that black people are the enemy in his state, and that he would praise and openly encourage any acts of incivility towards black people, and he would gladly defend any acts of open hostility and even violence against black people. Hell, he wrote laws and signed laws meant specifically to target black people. DeSantis made it excruciatingly clear he wanted people to attack black citizens, and we've seen it happen over and over and over again. Mass murders, all of it. And these killings committed against black Floridians are not unrelated. They are the direct result of the open calls for anti-black hostility and violence put out by people like Ron DeSantis and Chris Rufo. This is the goal of all of their anti-black race baiting. We'll continue with the moment of truth in just a moment, but first, a word from the official sponsor of Black Empowerment, Power Tools. There's no telling when something's going to come up, so make sure you carry your power tools at all times. You never know when you're going to need to bring the hammer down, or when you'll have some trash that needs to be blown away, or some obstacle that requires cutting down. Don't get caught empty-handed. Keep your hammer close by. Keep that leaf blower at the ready, and always carry your steel. Power tools, because no matter what your day job or side hustle may be, there's no excuse for not being ready to put in some work. And of course, nobody is surprised at all that this prosecutor didn't bring any hate crimes charges. Sure, just because this woman openly admitted to the police that she'd been making all these racial slurs against Miss Owens' children, that doesn't mean that this was a hate crime. And you don't see anyone else saying that this should be a springboard for getting some anti-black hate crimes on the books finally. Right. You see, all it took was some people saying that they didn't want to go to Asian restaurants after the outbreak of COVID. And we had the Stop Asian Hate hashtag. One act of violence against Asians was enough to get a federal Asian hate crime law passed in record time. Now, the ignorant among you will say, well, that's the result of Asians and their lobbying and campaign power. They got their whole lobbying and campaign game in order. Actually, that's not so true. Their campaign donations don't make any politician rich. Their numbers aren't enough to make a difference in any election either. This is not barely about campaign donations, as much as it is about the racial hierarchy being enforced. Black citizens are to be ignored. This is state policy by both political parties. Another thing about this, that Asian hate crime law was passed on Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's watch. So when are they going to be even talking about an anti-Black hate crime law, especially during an election year? Well, if Biden or Kamala's past statements or their current behavior are any guide, it ain't gonna happen. Not from them, it won't. And another thing about this Lorincz woman, you notice her last name? It's Hungarian. That's in Eastern Europe, for those who don't know. That's important because that means her folks were recent immigrants. And look how racist this woman is. She's spouting racial slurs, throwing things at children, attacking Black children, and murdering an innocent Black woman just for the crime of being Black. And this is why the same white supremacists who want to shut down the border suddenly went silent when the government started talking about bringing Ukrainian immigrants to the U.S. They don't have a problem with immigrants, so long as they're white. They can come over from former Soviet satellite states, that's okay. They can be from communist countries, and that's all right. They're still eligible to be Americanized because under white supremacy, that means they can be classified as white. So that's not a problem. They're not a problem. Nobody's screaming and yelling and saying, well, America's full, we have no more vacancies. Yeah, they're right, though. America is full of crap. But this is the woman who murdered Ajiki Owens, and yet you don't have your Black female presidential candidate on the campaign trail talking about protecting Black women. Kamala Harris isn't bringing this up at all. She isn't using this as a springboard to push for an anti-Black hate crime law. But then again, when Matrice Richardson was murdered under mysterious circumstances, then Attorney General of California Kamala Harris wasn't concerned about that too much. Instead, she cynically and cruelly lied to the public and told Black Californians that she was reopening the investigation into Matrice Richardson's murder, but in reality, all she was doing was using that woman's death to get herself some quickie headlines for her campaign. I really wish that the DNC plants, trolls, and shills would go ahead and tell me how great Kamala's been for the Black community on this one. Black people being murdered in the streets, and Kamala Harris used the anniversary of the Bloody Sunday March and the Edmund Pettus Bridge to talk about Palestine. She's in front of Black people, commemorating an event where Black people were brutally attacked, and she just ignored Black folks altogether so she could talk about people on the other side of the planet. Now, of course, as I've seen in my comments section, I'm sure there's some folks going to be saying, oh, where's your empathy, brother? Right where it's supposed to be. Focusing on the people in America who are suffering the most right here where I live. Because if there's one thing we should have learned from the Ajiki Owens murder, it's that a lot of these immigrants come to the U.S. and regardless of their background, coming from a communist country or what have you, when they get here, a disproportionate number of them are racist as hell towards Black people to the point of murder. They can't wait to get in good with the dominant society, and they all know that the fastest way to do that is to attack Black people. Show your allegiance to the racial hierarchy by attacking Black people. They leave all of their religious or nationalistic baggage at the immigration office, and they do the most to get on board with the program of anti-Black racism. On a side note, though, Brother Tariq said years ago that the white supremacist females go through 3 distinct phases. First is the Becky phase, when they're young and they're getting to enjoy as much interracial sex as they can, have their little naughty fun before they inevitably have to settle down and commit whole hog for their white privilege. Then there's the white supremacist female between the ages of 30 and 50. This is your Karen. We see them in their native habitat at the customer service desk at Walmart, shrieking at people for no reason and demanding to talk to a manager. And the final stage, as Brother Tariq explained, is the Susan stage. That's when they're old, wrinkled up, ain't got nothing going for them. Their husbands either died, divorced them, ran off, or what have you. He was abducted by aliens. She's by herself now. She's just this old, wrinkled up racist, screaming at Black children, throwing things at them. And she loves to occasionally talk about how she's got a gun, and one of these days she's going to kill a Black person because she's been waiting to do that since she was a Becky in college. So clearly this heifer's parents, they knew exactly what a piece of crap she was going to grow up to be, and they named her appropriately. The murder of Ajiki Owens didn't have to happen. The authorities knew. They should have known at the very least. They had been told that there was all this mess going on. They knew that this racist puke was threatening this woman and her children. Now, had it been Miss Owens who was threatening the white woman's children, she would have been in jail a long time ago and had all kinds of charges brought against her. The prosecutor wouldn't have had a problem saying that the charges didn't fit or that he wouldn't be influenced by public opinion. That's in Ron DeSantis' Florida. This is why I keep saying that our work of breaking the back of white supremacist law enforcement won't be complete until these corrupt prosecutors and crooked judges are also held to account by the very black community that they've been attacking. It won't matter if the prosecutor decides that he won't be influenced by the public. That will mean exactly nothing when it comes time for him to answer to them. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Burkett Cochrane, Lakeith Hoskins, Blacc to Death, Mark Singleton, and Suleiman Alaji. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Hell, a keyboard. It's kind of popping. What in the hell are we doing now, Jesse?
Yeah, what are we doing now? Okay, so, yep, piano, yes, sir. Yep. Yeah, so, I'm glad this lady finally got some goddamn justice. She straight up killed the sister. And we covered that, and glad to see that she was found guilty.
Yeah.
Because it gets thrown under the freaking jail.
Yeah.
And it just goes to show that these people from these foreign backgrounds, they all have the same anti-black hatred for us. So moving along, so definitely press for time. We got the Olympics. The Olympics happened last week, the week before last. And it was another shit show in regards to the breakdancing. So press the Black Truth once again. And give us an update on that. Breaking, twerking, and falling.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the moment of truth. The Olympics may be over, but the effery it kicked off continues. Can you believe that there are actually people trying to defend this mess? And yes, it's the usual suspects, people whose profiles look like the UN, nothing but foreign flags. The Olympics decided that they were going to showcase breakdancing as an Olympic sport, but they couldn't give a satisfactory explanation as to why they felt the need to do it, though when you look at how things actually went down, you see exactly what it was. How do you have Lithuania and Japan being the finalists for Olympic medals for a form of art that began in the United States? At no point was breakdancing ever a competition. It was a form of partying, but that's the whole point. This is a cultural war that's taking place, a real one, not the phony ones that the Republicans try to argue about. The attempts to erase Black Americans has been ongoing for several generations now. And what we see happening at this point is supposed to be the culmination of it. Before you can eliminate a group of people openly, especially in a society that's supposed to be a liberal democracy, first, what you have to do is you have to lay the groundwork for how, we're not really getting rid of them. At worst, America is just one big dysfunctional family. Why? Look, we accept these people. Why? You even have people who are dancing just like them, though we don't give them any sort of credit for that. This is supposed to be a guilt-free genocide. And you start that process by laying claim to what these other people you're targeting have done and what they've come to mean to the world. It's no surprise at all that as foundational Black Americans have asserted themselves, we've seen this level of pushback. It's been growing. The antagonism has been intensifying. None of these groups has ever embraced Black culture. The people you saw pretending to be doing their breakdancing, their little clumsy, corny version of it, none of these people have ever embraced Black Americans at any point in history. They've all had some sort of anti-Black racial slur that they love to use. They do that stuff all the time. So if you're going to have these other groups out here pretending to be breakdancing, make sure you have a video screen or subtitles on the screen that show all of the anti-Black racial slurs that these particular individuals like to use. That's the part that needs to be said, because we can show you chapter and verse how Black Americans are attacked on a daily basis by the very people who are sitting here trying to stand like us, who are trying to dance like us, trying to sing like us. That's because at the end of the day, originality cannot be duplicated. Everybody covets it. This is why the lie about Hispanics creating hip hop is so insulting. Don't you know that from New York to New Mexico, from California to Miami, there's been all kinds of anti-Black racism practiced by these immigrants from Latin America, and they continue it when they immigrate to the U.S. When it comes to anti-Black racial slurs, they're leading the charge on that one. You can look at their home countries, and all of them have a number of characters, a number of TV shows, a number of social traditions based on open, blatant, egregious anti-Black racism. They are unapologetically anti-Black. They call us every name in the book. You have entire Black neighborhoods that routinely get attacked by these Latin American gangs. And nobody seems to want to make too much hay about it. I've talked about it on my channel. A number of Black media people have done so, and yet the white media pretends as if it doesn't go on, and these very groups, they pretend as if it doesn't go on either. When it comes time to go to the Olympics, or when it comes time to do some sort of high-profile media event, they need something that's actually going to be relevant. You can't dance salsa or Tejano for the people in front of the camera. That ain't going to work. Not if you're trying to make a name for yourself. So they copy us, because everybody does. Yet they'll be the first ones to attack our music. Doesn't matter if it's in New York, DC, anywhere else. They call our music jungle music and all the rest of it. And yet we have people who are trying to say that these same antagonistic forces created the very Black music and art forms that they've traditionally attacked. And the white media made it a point to present Asians as being the so-called Olympic breaking stars. Have you seen how these Asian hair salons treat Black customers? Or how Ed Blum had the open, widespread support of various Asian groups when he mounted his phony college racial discrimination fraud lawsuits that he was putting out there? This is the reality. This is what's been going on. And as for Eastern Europeans, remember when immigrants from Poland and the Baltic states came to the U.S. and settled in places like New York, Chicago, Minnesota, Philadelphia, they were and remain some of the most anti-Black racists in the Midwest. And all these groups understand the rules of racism. And rule number one is you have to sign on to the devil's bargain to attack Black Americans. That is an absolute requisite for white supremacy because that is the foundation of the racial hierarchy that white supremacy put in place. And these other groups, they've signed on to it. Sure, they may not have a place at the top of the racial pyramid, but under white supremacy, they've been guaranteed that they won't be relegated to the bottom. It's an artificial, manufactured racial pyramid, but it's one that they depend on. Black culture is the most vibrant on the planet. Nothing else even comes close. Everyone imitates us because we're the only people who are truly comfortable in our own skin, literally. And we're the only ones who speak with our own voice, who have embraced ourselves. We're original. We have distinguished ourselves, and our cultural contributions have been acknowledged, however grudgingly, as being the best. And you don't have 10 different versions of the best. Other groups who try to identify as an ethnicity other than what they are or by being a model minority, at the end of the day, they understand the reality. You know, it reminds me of a movie that I saw many years ago, The Count of Monte Cristo. It had Guy Pearce and Jim Caviezel in it. Guy Pearce played the part of some French nobleman, and Jim Caviezel was basically this lowly serf who got abused by Guy Pearce all the time. And at the beginning of the movie, Guy Pearce challenges his lowly serf servant, Jim Caviezel, to a fencing duel. He was actually getting ready to have the guy thrown in jail. And just before he does that, Jim Caviezel asked him, "Why do you hate me so much? What have I done that you hate me for?" And Guy Pearce's character says, "Because I'm not supposed to want to be you." Now, that's a work of fiction that speaks to a very real truth. This is the foundation of the love-hate relationship that all of these other groups have with Black Americans. Sure, they hate on us 24/7. They denigrate us. They question, in fact, impugn our very right to exist. And at the same time, because of the fact that we got the pulse, they also look and say, man, we can't outdo those guys. We can't duplicate what they've done. That's what it is, a love-hate relationship. They can't stand us, and at the same time, they wouldn't know what to do without us. This is what's going on here. Everyone uses us as their frame of reference for everything. Whenever they talk about any sort of issue of substance or style, they have to refer to us because even under the worst oppression in human history, even under a centuries-long struggle, we have made more history than anyone. Opportunists don't make history. They can only swing on the coattails of those who do. But what they're doing at the Olympics is no laughing matter. Cultural appropriation is the first step to literal genocide. When the colonizers and those aligned with them lay claim to what you've done and what you are, then it gives them room to say that when they eliminate you, why, that was just some sort of misunderstanding. It certainly wasn't based in malice. Why, look at how much we like dancing the Dougie. That's what they're doing. That's how you carry out a genocide that you can then turn around and claim wasn't intentional. You can pretend to have clean hands. And if you want to see the other side of this equation, there was a white woman from Canada who did a pole vault in this year's Olympics, and then immediately afterwards, she stepped off the cushion and then started twerking on the turf. She got the bronze medal for her pole vault, not her twerking, though considering that breakdancing is now an Olympic sport, twerking probably isn't far behind. She did that in front of the entire world. And you know what? She didn't get her medal stripped from her. Nobody said, oh, we're deducting points for that. Nor was she denied the privilege to stand on the podium. And before we go any further, this woman also has an OnlyFans account. Gee, I'm so shocked. So this OnlyFans athlete, she decides to literally show her behind at the Olympics, and it's not a scandal. In fact, the white media is busy splaining and treating it as just, oh, how cute and transgressive she is, how naughty, or they're just ignoring it altogether. But what they're not doing is they're not coming down on her. They're not demonizing her. They're not asking what's wrong with the Canadians or treating this as some sort of cultural pathology unique to those people. They're not doing that at all. They're not demanding that the Canadian Olympic Organization apologize or that they otherwise denounce her. They're not doing anything about this. Now, the white media tries to downplay and minimize Newman's display by calling it a celebration. That's how you know that the white media, as usual, they put their heads together to get their talking points straight. These guys coordinate all the time. This is another example. Oh, we're not going to be sitting here casting aspersions on it, saying that, oh, it was lewd or it was otherwise indecent or unsportsmanlike. Instead, it's a celebration. It's a celebration. And yet with all of these white media headlines and stories that they run about it, you notice how they don't have any pictures of her showing her wiggling her bony behind. Oh, they got pictures of her, but not showing her actually twerking. Now, what does that tell you? What that tells you is, yeah, they're going to try to sit here and whitewash it, but they're also not trying to glamorize it either. This is not necessarily something they want to become habit forming. She did it. They couldn't cover it up. So it's a matter of, well, she's white, so we're not going to scandalize her for it. We only do that with black athletes. We only do that with black people. But we're also trying to contain how far this spreads. So we're going to go ahead and laud her in the headlines, but we're not necessarily trying to glamorize and promote more of this. She's white, and that being the case, her image must be protected. So apparently this is just good sportsmanship in this case. Now, can you imagine what would happen if the individual who did this was black? It would be wall-to-wall coverage, all kinds of phony outrage, treated as the Olympic equivalent of Janet Jackson's wardrobe malfunction. That's what it would be.
Yeah,
so while we got dancing on the one hand, ridiculous as that is, we also got twerking going on and being ignored. The Olympics sure have come a long way since the days of Tommy Smith and John Carlos. A long way down. But it just goes to show that under white supremacy, nothing happens in a vacuum. It also shows that anti-black racism, which is the foundation of white supremacy, is indeed global. It's not just the US pushing this. You have the entire international community who have united behind the goal of appropriating black culture. And everybody knows where that's going to lead. When you have a breakdancing competition and the finalists are Lithuanian and Japan, that's how you know the fix was in from the jump. Black athletes are the reason that people tune into the Olympics, specifically to see Black American athletes. Not a brag, just a fact. What are the competitions in the Olympics that drive the most viewerships? Track, specifically running, and basketball. It's like the Academy Awards. There may be a ton of categories, but there's only two that people actually care about. Best Picture and Best Actor/Actress. Everything else is just there to fill time until you get to the next commercial. It's there to pad out the running time so they can stuff in more advertisements. But what we're seeing is white supremacy learned a long time ago how to monetize anti-black racism, and they've been practicing that ever since. Now, since nobody else is going to call this out except for us, we got to make sure that we continue to do so. Continue to keep this in people's minds. Don't let this just become some flash in the pan. Make sure that people understand that this mess is going on. You're going to be seeing more of it, but people can't understand it unless you let them know how long it's been going on, what its roots are, and what the intent is behind it. Because while you'll have the foreign flags and the domestic bootlicks who try to say, oh, it's just an Olympic competition, it's not that important, you and I better understand that when it comes to anti-black racism, it is definitely not a game. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Cheryl Tate, Gordon Gates, Joseph Isaiah, G95, and Calvin Bridges. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
About that. Highly unladylike.
Yeah, sound like you're grubbing on something over there.
No, man, I'm looking for snackums, and I found these these little pretzel spots, you know, because it's like really dark in here right now. And I pulled some stuff aside, and then I was like, oh, I need bread, because you know I was like in the pantry, so the doomsday pantry is getting like light on its feet, family. Reading through my doomsday stuff because of the stuff that happened this month. We can't be doing that. Something wrong with that. And Jesse told me there was something here on the desk, and I haven't had a chance because the way my room is set up, I've been kind of not feeling well. So, you know, I don't have my TV plug. I've been working. I've been trying to like, you know, my goal is to put my TV in here, and have a little TV going on, and I could just set my little shit up and just chill. Like I deserve a vacation, or for real vacation. But I got the computer turned around instead of facing the back where my flag is, and then you know just little stuff. Jesse said there was this over there on the desk, and I've been looking for it for days. I think he lied to me. Everything works better when he's over here, man. It's all smooth and easy. But I gotta wait till Thursday.
All right, what are your thoughts on this Olympics breaking, twerking?
I think it's all cultural appropriation. I don't like it. I like none of it. It's probably real pretentious, but first of all, these motherfuckers should not be doing none of that shit. Should not be doing none of that. It's almost like we should never twerk again in our life. I feel like that. What the fuck is going on with this pack of pretzels? Why is it wet? Ugh. Gross. I should never touch that again ever in life. I think that the breakdancing thing and the Asian thing and the motherfucker, what the fuck? Like, you couldn't find nobody to represent our shit. You know what I mean? You couldn't find nobody. Like, this is just ridiculous. And this, God. And then that white bro twerking. Dude, when we saw Miley Cyrus twerk, cause that was a lowest point of my life. You know what I mean? And then it went on to other white broads and shit. And I was just like, come on, man. Like, for a motherfucker like me, who's been living like a for real sister. The first time that shit happened, I was in my daddy's house and I was ironing a pair of pants, and I thought it was funny that, you know, I can, you know, I was like 12 years old, and all of a sudden I was just moving my ankles and shit was just, you know, clapping away, man. I had a grown girl body, you know what I mean? And I thought that was the funniest feeling ever in life. And every time, you know, I got in front of a mirror, I was just slow whining and doing the most. Okay, but I was a little girl before any of that shit was even cute or cool. That was just something I just thought, you know, me and the sisters' bodies just did just cuz. You know, that was just an us thing. For real. That was just an us thing. You know what I mean? It was like me, Brosia, you know what I mean? And then we just name a litany of other sisters that we used to kick it with when we was just that young. And I just thought it was funny as hell. And nobody showed me how to do it. I just did it. You know? It was just a natural occurrence. And I thought anybody with big legs and, you know, I was a little girl. I thought that was the shape I was supposed to have. And that's just what we did. And it wasn't like all over the place. It was solid and it was just right on time. You know what I mean? I didn't ever think that white girls were, I say white girls, I mean white girls with blonde hair and blue eyes. Green eyes, and motherfuckers that look like my villain or my only child, my only daughter. You know what I mean? Not girls like me and Brosia and everybody else. You know what I mean? It was just doing the most, just kicking it. Not because we were fast, just because it was just, you know what I mean? Body just did what the body did. You know, I was ironing pants, and I was ironing my father's work pants and my brother's little pants so he could go to school. You did? So all this twerking and shit with no ass is like, it's like gross. Bitch, you ain't got no body. What are you doing? That shit is disgusting. It's disturbing. It gives me nightmares. I don't want to see it. I think the breakdancing thing too is highly offensive. I feel like the Olympics are offended us. We should be offended. You know what I mean? I don't know why, but I feel like they took a lot of FBA culture and gave it to other thens, and then we're supposed to respect it. And it's basically I'm white and I say so. We have to deal with it. I didn't watch none of the Olympics, and the little piece that he just showed right there, I was throwing up in my mouth and I was highly upset and I feel offended. I don't know if that's outrage or not, but I feel offended. That's all I have to say. Are you still there, cuz, or like?
Yeah, I was just waiting on you to finish speaking.
Yeah, I finished. What do you think about it?
I mean, I'm just saying what it is. Cultural appropriation, like you said, it's a complete sham. Like,
I mean, we're not wrong to be offended, right? I mean, like, from a sister point of view, even a high yellow one like me or fair skin or whatever, I look at it like, God, man, like this is just. Ugh. The white girl twerking and shit, nobody chastising her. It's fucking it's disgusting. There was no ass at all. No ass at all. And like I really feel like, black women should be really upset. Like, I mean, pretty much black women. That's all I could say from I grew up with it within the culture. That's all I ever seen do it. I didn't see Hispanic bitches do it. I saw black girls do it. FBA black girls at that do it. So before it was even an FBA thing, I saw girls that went to school with me doing it. And they didn't show me how to do it. My body just do what my body does. I was at home, you know what I mean? I just thought that was the funniest feeling ever. They're like, yeah, I was like, God damn, like I had to go show Brosia. You know, she was only right down the street. I had to.
all right, y'all. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to end this. So we're gonna do another show, like special edition on the migrant situation. So we will.
When?
I don't know, Lady Tay. Sometime this week. So thank y'all for tuning in to this episode of Frontline Black News.
Oh wait, don't forget that the RVA is coming out too, and we got a We the People. I'm gonna be on We the People this week too.
Yeah, that's Thursday, Lady Tay. It's Wednesday now.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what RV out.
It's Wednesday now. So like I said, thank y'all for tuning in. Season 4, episode 20, part 3. Make sure y'all like and subscribe.
Hey, is that the Judge? Did you do the Unhoused Neighbor News?
No, I'm about to fall asleep. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm trying to end this.
Like that's my fault. All right.
Thank you for tuning in to season 4, episode 20, part 3 of Frontline Black News. See y'all Friday for Black Experience Enhanced. And we'll see y'all either today or Thursday for the Revolutionary Agenda. So
And the We the People. All right, thank you. Stay black, stay dangerous, and look forward to the RV.
Okay, yeah. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and black empowerment. Black empowerment. Pay income selling up from the mile high income and illegal migrant flooded city. Otherwise known as Denver, Colorado. Peace.